"174 matches, 7.5 days, and even after all that, there are 5 players from the 16 who started a week ago who could still be leaving the Morningside Arena as Premier League champion tonight. It won't be Konrad Jusicin. The Pole made it to the final 6 by a tiny margin, but started the last day by losing from 3-0 up against Jason Shaw in a hill-hill finish. Then followed that 5-4 defeat with another, this time at the hands of Canada's former world champion, Alex Pagulayan. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz had already won a match on the other table by the time he took to the main stage and took care of Shaw by 5 racks to 0. Four defeats on the bounce had left Pelivanovic with his back to the wall, but a golden break in the second rack helped him on the way to a whitewash over the now eliminated Jusicin. Sanchez Ruiz was by now through, and he kept the good times rolling by edging out Pelivanovic to make it 8 wins on the spin. So as the bell sounds for the last lap, Sanchez Ruiz is certain to go through in first place. Jusicin will bow out in 6th, but it could scarcely be closer in the tussle in between, involving Pelivanovic, Shaw, Oy and Pagulayan. 3 of them will also make it to the semi-finals. 1 will miss out. So nothing at stake in the first match of the night on table 2, but Pagulayan will have much to play for in his clash with FSR, and perhaps even more so when he then takes on Pelivanovic. Shaw has the chance to secure his semi-final berth in a double-header against Pelivanovic and Oy to kick things off on table 1. It could well all come down then to Oy's match against Jusicin. The semi-finals are spread across the 2 tables. The final will, of course, be here on 1. Well, Jeremy, we were hoping for drama coming into the last night, and we've got it.
Yeah, absolutely, and you kind of wonder what the players are kind of thinking about, and good thing for Shaw, I think it's in his hands, and you know, if you want to be second, I think, going into that playoff, of course, you got to make the playoff, but to avoid FSR in the first semifinal wouldn't be a bad idea, right? So a lot to play for here this evening. Stay out of his way, play him in the final if you have to. So 2 men on the brink of going through. It's Jason Shaw in 3rd and Semyon Pelivanovic in 2nd place in the table.
Semyon Pelivanovic wins the lag.
Yeah, pretty unbeatable lag there from Pelivanovic. I was thinking about that with Ruiz and
the first rack.
Break and run he had
Semyon Pelivanovic to break.
Pelivanovic in a hill-hill match earlier. And players are in form, and the lag's going to mean a lot, I think, going from here on out. It's amazing, that same kiss. We see it so often up in the corner. That just shows you how often the players repeat the break shot, even when they are cutting them. Alex Pagulayan had the same kiss earlier in a terrible situation, and Jason Shaw with ball in hand.
Of the 6 players who made it to the final day last year, Shaw is the only one back here again this time.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to get there. It's going to be okay because he's lefty and it won't be that odd of a stretch. He should still attack here. He's got to avoid the 8-9 coming a couple rails up and down the table.
We're going to go to table 2 in a moment. I understand there's been a golden break there, so we will see that in a few moments, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully at least, obviously Conrad's a player that got it, and maybe a nice smile that he hadn't had much of today.
Yeah, Conrad Yusishin with that golden break in the first rack against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Nothing to play for at all there, but so much at stake here on table one. And Jason Shaw picks up off that scratch from Sanyan Pelivanovic to win the opener. What's happening over on two? Unusual situation for Sanchez Ruiz. He's not even playing for position in the table. Still got 2 matches to play, and I guess if he wasn't playing them, he'd be on the practice table, and what better form of practice than this?
Yeah, he looks pretty happy, I'll tell you. He looks pretty comfortable, like he's looked for a long time now on the table. And you got 2 balls down, the cue ball getting kissed at the top rail. He's made the 2 and 3 in very awkward position on the 4. It looks like he's going to settle for a cross-side bank. Got to make a heck of a shot on the 1 just to get to that bank.
Already met twice in this tournament this year. Both times Pelivanovic has been the winner.
Extension code.
Looks a little short, yeah, and he knew it. Eagle High had both eyes on that one as the cue ball struck the pink. Side pockets are tough on the diamond table. Just caught it a hair thick. Maybe could have used a hair more spin, but he wanted to really lay the cue ball down for the 5.
Consider what winning a title of this profile against players of this quality would do for Pelivanovic's career and standing in the game. Could make a strong argument that this is the biggest night of his pool life so far.
Yeah, he's going to catch the 8. Is the cue ball going to carry with the 8? It did open up. He had a nice event in Vegas as well, so young player, when you get in big moments and you can do it, you know, a few times without big gaps between, it does a lot for your game. It's not like a here and there thing. You really start to believe that you can, you know, win every time you go out to play. Think about Ruiz a lot. And what has he gone through? 10 years of really grinding it out and learning and experiencing a lot of losses before he got that first big win at the Derby City Classic, and he hasn't slowed down since.
So the scratched break was ultimately decisive in the first rack. The missed bank shot from Shaw fulfills the same role in rack 2. Pelivanovic capitalizing to the full. Leveling at 1-all.
Sanyan Pelivanovic wins the rack.
Sanchez Ruiz has won rack 3 on the other table, so leads 2-1 against Conrad Yusishin. It's not been the day Yusishin was hoping for, Jeremy, but he's got to come away from here and reflect on a very positive experience this week.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a guy always looking to get better, and you know, with the start he had, that's, you know, the disappointing side of things, because he had such a great start. But I mean, a bunch of cold-blooded killers in this room playing him, so I mean, he's got to keep his head held high, and he'll be back.
A missed bank shot again from Shaw.
The third rack, Sanyan Pelivanovic.
Cost of the second rack.
1 rack each.
Hands of this man.
The 8-ball got down. Another kiss on the cue ball. Not sure he's going to really attack from here, even though, you know, if he feels pretty good about it, the cross side bank is there. The 6 actually offers a hair bigger pocket where you know, you have a couple different ways to make it, and you can gain position. He could dig on the cue ball. I kind of personally like these type of cross side banks. You could cut it. I kind of think the bank's a little easier. Now it looks like to me he's going to take on the cut shot.
Extension code.
Cue ball back and forth. One of the prettiest shots in pool, down the rail on a thin cut. He overcut it a little quick with the backswing there. He's going to give up a shot to Shaw. I don't think that was the wrong shot necessarily. I just don't think Sanjin ever really saw the cross side bank. Recognizing the 6 makes it a pretty big pocket, and was a bit of an angle on it, and he had to kind of cut it and draw the ball, but I think it was there. Is he going to go into the 7 here? For a lot of fans out there, they might think Jason kind of plays nonchalantly at times. You know, he's just a relaxed guy, and if you ever talk to him after a match, you can certainly see how, you know, into the matches he is and how big they are to him. You know, he'll tell you how disappointing some losses were.
Yeah, and he'll always walk into the room at the end of a match, whether he's won or lost, and identify one moment. And he'll say, oh, what did you think of that shot and I played there, or can't believe he made that. Fiercely competitive. Out to lead for the second time. Jason Shaw in this crucial match is 2-1 up.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament. The major's in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Well, this match so far has been a story of players making mistakes and losing the rack as a result. And that was Pelivanovic's miss on the long range 1, which proved to be his last shot of rack 3. Shaw, 2-1 up.
And it looks like the 7 has got him covered up. I don't think that will slow Jason down attacking On a rail first on the 2, off the left long rail. The natural position on the 3.
Shaw made it to the semi-finals last year. Was then beaten 7-3 by Joshua Filler, who in turn lost the final to Alban Ocean. It was his best performance in any of the individual matchroom events in 2022. In terms of the big field events, the best he did was last 16 at the European Open, in which he also lost to Filler.
Yeah, and Jason kind of knew he was threatening, being able to get at the spot on the rail that he really needed. Kind of squeezed the 2-ball home. Now the rack's opened up.
We saw the miss on the 1 from Pelivanovic. In the previous rack, it had been Shaw's missed bank shot. Rack 1, it was the scratch off the break by Pelivanovic. In each case, as I say, it proved to be that player's last shot in the rack. This has been a clean kill. It's going to be a break and run for Shaw. The first time in the match, he's going to be too clear. Jason Shaw looking to secure his place in the semi-finals of this Premier League for the 2nd year in a row. Now leads Sanyan Pelivanovic 3-1. As you'd expect of a match with nothing at stake, they're getting on with it over on table 2. Sanchez Ruiz has just missed a 4 in the side, and he is leading 3-2 against Konrad Jusicin. Jusicin will finish bottom of the 6 players who made it to this stage. Sanchez Ruiz is going through to the semis in first place, whatever the outcome of this. They both have one more to play after this one. Talked about the things that Jusicin should take away from what's been a good week for him in Leicester. One of the things he'll take away is $6,250. That's his share of the $100,000 prize pot.
Yeah, and I saw Ruiz miss a couple balls in this rack. Very unlike the Spaniard. Obvious push-out situation coming up. We'll see what Sanjan's thinking of. And so you're always behind when you're pushing out, so if you can, sometimes you'll tie a ball up trying to lengthen the game. You certainly want to cut off some of the cue ball. That's why so many players will roll out near the rail. I don't know if he can easily come off the right side. And I was going to say he might pass this, but can he come off the right side and go behind the purple? Go by the 8.
Extension code.
Not sure what he's looking at here. Kind of sizing up the 9. Don't figure him to elevate the cue unless if he goes for anything on the 9, maybe a long rail bank on the 2. You got to believe he's going to go into the 8 with the cue ball. Trying to play a backdoor shot here. He may have gotten the gap. We'll see. Looks like he's going to the short cue. And interesting, because playing the bank and then going into the 8, good chance you don't come away with a shot on the 3. Now, trying to play the 9 maybe makes a little more sense. But wow, how good has he been with the jump cue today?
Yeah, and he was under just a touch of pressure there. He'd been given the 5-second call, so had to pull the trigger. Pulled it to great effect, and that could really turn out to be the key shot of the match, because it set him on his way now with a chance to be breaking on the hill in a few moments' time. Of course, if you get to the hill as early as scoreline of 4-1, it means you've got 2 breaking racks left, should you require them, to get the 1 more you need.
And I think the game's going to be changing even more to aggressive and players really making shots that at a norm that we didn't really consider prior, but even more aggressive here for Shaw.
Never lacking in that department. So this is going to be 3 in a row. He leads Sanyan Pelivanovic 4-1. On the other table, Konrad Jusicin in the latter stages of his Premier League campaign for this year. He knows he's going out, whatever happens in his 2 remaining matches this evening. The first of those, he's 4-2 down against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, to extend matters a bit longer. Of many Polish players hoping for a really big week on home ground at the World Championship last month. Didn't happen for him. Did get to single elimination, but went out in the last 64 to win Antoine. Back here, Sean, needs 1 more.
Well, the 9-ball got several kisses. Not sure he's going to come away with anything on the 2. He can see all of it and get a little to the left side of the 2. Got a pretty nifty safety, bringing the 2-ball a couple rails near the 3, 7, 8, and maybe the cue ball behind the 6. Not sure what he's looking at now. Can he see enough of it to try and play the 2 into the rail and then off the 5? He's going for the kick. Wow. I talked about aggressive, but that may be a little stretch, Michael.
Push out code.
It's called push out. Nice shot from Conrad there to get on the 8, draw a little closer at 4-3.
Yeah, you could see that was the last shot he had to get right. Good to see him still giving his best. Now he's heading out of the tournament. It's obviously to go on as high a note as he possibly can, and if he could beat FSR even in a match when there's nothing at stake, that'd be a decent enough way to do it.
Yeah, trying to float behind the 6 there, and pretty good effort. A little short with the cue ball, but I wouldn't say terrible. It was a tough shot. I don't know if I would have even taken it on. I may have passed it back. And
Extension
I'm just
code.
saying, in a hindsight kind of situation, but that was difficult. Jason's going to get pretty decent on this combination. The 8's a little concerning. What's the 3 going to do after he pockets the 7? I'm sure he's going to stay aggressive here on this combo. Does he have to shoot it with a little speed? Yeah, I was thinking maybe to get the cue ball and the 3 up. He's gotten a thin cut, and again, the 8's a little bit of a worry, coming back and forth with the cue ball.
Those super thin cuts, it always seems to me, he plays them as well as anybody in the game and has a higher percentage of converting them than any other player.
Well, he's, you know, I don't know what kind of athlete. I know he played some soccer when he was young, but he's got really good timing. And when it comes to those cut shots, to get a little clean contact on the cue ball to the object ball, that timing really shows up. And I always thought Eagle Eye is one of the most talented players we have.
The timing of this result is pretty good. Having lost to Sandin Pelivanovic twice in this tournament, Jason Shaw has beaten him at the third attempt. It's a 5-1 victory, and it moves him up to second place in the Premier League table. He stays on to play Naoki Oi in a few minutes' time.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
After last night, you were up 9.
Welcome back to the night session here on what is the final day of this year's Premier League pool. Eagle Eye Jason Short, he was playing Pelivanovic. There's the score, 5-1. Fantastic performance there from Shaw, and this is what it means. He's in second place, overtakes Pelivanovic 1 more point. Pelivanovic and Shaw have got 1 more game left, just like Ruiz, who sits at the top, 21 wins, new record. But it's all about Oi, Pagalayan, Pelivanovic. This should go right till the death. We're in for fun and games. Table 2 order of play. Conrad beats Ruiz. He's out, unfortunately, but still a good win. Ruiz stays on to play Pagalayan. And then we finish with Pagalayan versus Sanjin. And on the table we will be watching table 1. Jason Shaw stays on again to play Oi after his 5-1 win in the opener. Then Oi stays on to play Conrad. We do know Conrad is out. Joining me for this match, there we have it. Still the champion of the Premier League pool, Albin Ocean, Alex Laley.
Hello, hello.
Reigning champion?
Yeah, for another 3 hours.
Yeah, you had a tough run. You started out good. You were hitting the ball very nice in the beginning.
Started out good, then all of a sudden a little bit lack of sleep. I think the jet lag hit me quite hard. I don't know what happened. Was out of stroke, and then after some tough losses, just lost or had a lack of confidence, to be honest. Didn't find the break anymore, and one mistake in the beginning sometimes can cost you the match, and that happened quite a few times to me.
Oh, let's hope you won't lose another night of sleep because of it.
No, I'm good now. Maybe I got a lack of sleep now because I lost to you in snooker.
Foul strike.
Scratch on the break by Jason Shaw.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Albin, that must be up there with one of your worst defeats.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a torture.
Ball in hand. Please start the
Well,
clock.
I had fun too. Thanks. Oi.
Extension call.
Ball in hand on the 1-9 combination. Very missable. It's one of those. If you make it, you're right.
2 combos on 2 tables. Oh, both made it.
EQ, he wins the rack.
Big games, of course, it's going to be tight. We knew it. We knew it. This round of matches and the next one, and Pelivanovic and Oi are playing next to each other. It's going to go down between them, I guess.
That was pretty much the same in the first year. I remember, because we played behind curtains, and so the table 2 was hidden. I played Niels, and back there was playing Chris against David, and we played for the semi-final in the winners group.
EQ to break.
And Niels took a timeout to go behind the curtain and see what the score was, if he still got a chance. And unfortunately, he didn't have any more. I was the only one who had the chance, and I took it.
Yeah, won it on that occasion. Now a deep side by Naoki Oi. Great break here. The side, because that 7-9 is tied up, I guess. And the ball's not in the good... Well, actually, look. If he gets on the 3, automatic position for the 4 to the side, he can get close to the long rail on the right side, and he'll have an angle to get to the right side of the 7.
And I think if he gets out of line, he can still try to make the combo or even play position for the 7 to the corner. Worst case.
It's been very business-like, Naoki Oi. It's been a rough week for all players. He became not really grumpy, but just not wasting any energy on social interaction.
Yeah, true.
I was like,
true.
hey, good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Yeah.
And that was it.
That was pretty much it, yeah. But he's playing well. Had some good battles. I mean, it's tough, you know. That's match number, was it 28? That's what you normally play in like 3 tournaments, so... That looks okay. A little bit tricky maybe with the 9.
Nasty. Do you jack up or do you
Extension
go forward and bump?
I think bump, like medium speed.
You have a chance to get real close to the 9, I think.
I think jack up is quite hard. Oh, he tries it.
Shot.
Good shot.
Yeah, you can still pot this ball. That's not too bad. A little cut back.
Do you shoot around the corner, so to say, with the right spin, or do you try and hit center?
Always depends on the angle. So yeah, it was natural.
EQ wins the rack.
Just a high ball. Good out. Good break, especially.
Yeah, great start from Oi in a match where he needs to win. He's on 16 points from 27. And there you can see in the distance, Alex Pagulayan's playing Sanchez. Pagulayan is also on 16 points, so it's very fitting, the fact that these 2 players are both playing at the same time. This is the shot he's faced with, trying to play a kick and stick in behind the 7 with a cue ball. Oh, he's tried to make it, fair enough.
Yeah, you'd be amazed how much the players see or feel of the match that's going on the other table. Like after the match, if you would ask them, they would be able to tell you pretty much the story of the other match.
Yeah, I think I can tell many stories from the other table. Because after a while, you just think you don't really want to look too much into the game of your opponent. The break or whatever, because we all know the break is, there's pretty much luck involved, you know. So, can get you a little bit frustrated. So, Jason is through, right? Sanchez is through.
Yeah. Oh, cue ball.
Yeah, he called it.
A loose one by Jason Shaw. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Ball in hand. Please start the clock.
His style of Nineball in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bad shot. It's as simple as that. Shouldn't be crashing into balls going near the corner, so it's a poor one.
Tough also. I would find it tough to see that being peg a line on the other table. I mean, Shaw's trying, but being peg a line, you would like him to try harder.
No, of course. But I think Pegala is only concentrating on his match. It's a big one for him. He's playing good. Played some good stuff in the tournament. Playing very decent throughout the whole tournament.
Leave it there, the cue ball.
Yeah, maybe draw back like a few inches. Oh wow.
Okay.
Yes.
Extension called.
How close is that 6 to the short rail?
It's like half ball.
There's still hope for Shaw. Not guaranteed to finish here. Nayuki Oi.
Yeah, Pagaline took that rack, so it's one apiece over there. This will be okay as well. Be quite fitting if both players win this match and move to 17 points, because obviously they both play the last match on the same tables to finish, so back to back.
So
me see
if I
what-
see the standings,
Yeah.
I think if Oi wins like 5-0, it's over.
Oh.
Nayuki wins the rack.
No,
No,
because,
no, because
if Alex wins
if
and then he
Alex-
wins
if they
again.
both win, yeah, true. But if Alex loses, Oi wins like 5-0, and it's over.
Yeah. And Pelivanovic is very much in front.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Welcome back. Look at that. Oi, 3.
Rack 4. Nayuki
Shaw,
wins a break.
0.
Leading 3 racks to 0.
Yeah, big win in this match is gold for Nayuki Oi.
Hit it way too fat. As you can see, he's probably the only one who breaks with spin.
Yeah, it makes it very sensitive.
Yeah.
Spin pushes the cue ball in.
But bigger chances of making the wing ball. Yeah, that's not what Alex wants to see.
This is the type of shot this week, Alex, we've seen missed quite a lot, I feel.
Banks.
Yeah, but where it's not quite on, so you need to play it with a bit of spin or, to square it up. Not the obvious, natural ones where, you had to do a little bit of something there.
Oh, you had one earlier the week, like 4 days ago. We spoke after where you tried to slam it to make it go short.
Yeah, you showed me how to play it.
Well, you can also play it like you played it, but it's, I think, harder.
Well, in that situation, it was hill. If I want to play banks, I don't want to play it hard. I just feel more comfortable with it. Because you said I could have like medium speed with spin.
Yeah.
And that would have been just for my mind, or in my mind, it would have been much harder.
You take it to the drawing board back home, you experiment, and you see which one you like better.
Yeah, why do you prefer to play it harder instead of like more feel?
Because you can, I think it's easier to know about the angles if you play it harder. And of course also the stroke, I think more players, like certain shots you just want to play harder, you want to go through.
Oh, yeah. No, bank pool players will choose to play firm, but this was past firm, I think. Anyway, en route for 4-0. It's just that 8 ball is in a tricky spot.
Yeah, need some good angle. I mean, worst case, he could bump the 8 out. If he comes out too far, he just don't want to have the wrong angle.
Don't know if he can hit it.
Yeah. He's playing the 8. Wow.
In the same pocket.
Alex, what percentage?
Wow.
Oh, forget the question I was just about to ask you because we're not going to see it. I wanted to ask you what percentage of players make the 8 ball down the rail past the side.
Pool. Well, I haven't seen this table from close by. You've played on the table. The 8 along the rail. You like it? I mean, you would never like it, but...
No, of course, if I can choose, then obviously I wouldn't play it, but that's a type of shot you don't really want to face.
So, what would you do in this instance? Let's just say it's a little closer to the side pocket. Because I'm interested in this position where the 8 is. Oh, don't knock it off. Don't ruin it.
Well, you can land below the 8 and then play up table. Northwest. It banks. It banks cross side.
Yeah, well, if it's frozen, it's quite tough.
Yeah, from where the 7 is. From where the 7 is, it's actually a nice bank.
Yeah.
But at the moment, they're thinking, Nayuki, why don't you make the 7?
Yeah.
You take this on.
Still shaking his head, Jason. He seems to have done that all week here. Oh, he played the bank shot to get on the 8. I like it. And then Yuki, cheeky little devil.
What you do here?
Yeah. You feel like cutting is responsible, sensible, but I like the bank actually.
Bank, but...
Keep the cue ball there on the rail. It's straight onto the 8 ball. How did he hit it? How did he hit it? That's class.
Sweet, yeah.
Oh, the before last match in the round robin format. What a relief for Nayuki. Oh, he's not there yet. He was far from there. I've written down 4-0.
Why?
Just his 9.
Yeah, but We've seen 4 or 5 of them miss this week. It's just that one where you can fire it into the bottom
If this
rail.
now turns around this match,
well, it can turn around. This can easily turn around.
because often Jason Shaw, he hasn't looked so sharp. He rampaged his match against Pelivanovic. Now this match not so sharp, it can spur him on.
Extension called.
Well, I know 2 players who are happy about it.
Yeah, we've played that much pool this week and that many matches, but we are at the point now where that type of shot is the one that's going to stick out if you go on to lose or not qualify in any of the matches now. It's just the way it is. That's the way this format lends itself.
Foul.
Okay.
Ball in net.
Back over to the action. Shaw to break.
It's very interesting after 8 days of intense pool to see the players' energy go up and down. No shape. Made enough balls. 4 balls found to pocket.
Almost 5. That makes you sick. Make 4 balls.
Yeah, is that it? It's difficult for Jason Shaw because I think he has a little dilemma. He's played happy-go-lucky in this tournament, very aggressive, but you're also playing for Pelivanovic. It's difficult to not care when others depend on you. Can play a push still.
Where is the question?
Well, bump into the 6. Leave a jump, but a little easier.
I think he tries to kick it.
Quarter ball. Nice, very nice. Sensible shot. Oh, Naoki Oi. Out of nowhere, under pressure. I was about to say he's in a good spot. He's about to go up 4-0. He has a buffer. And now, self-inflicted misery.
Extension called.
Out of nowhere, under the gun.
Wow.
Foul stroke.
Well, he made it a little bit tougher.
Ball in hand.
Oh well,
Please stop the clock.
He might open up the 6 and the 7.
From here, yeah. Well, it's a free shot.
Yeah.
Bump the 7 or go to the right. Yeah, nice.
Looks like a 2-2.
No, a 3-2. Oh, 2-2 on the other table. Yes, Pegaline is lining up for an easier 9 than the one that Naoki just missed. Leveling the score on table 2. Pegaline, Naoki Oi, and Pelivanovic.
Hot seat.
2 of those 3 will qualify.
Jason Shaw wins the rack.
Well, Naoki must be sat in his chair thinking, what have I done here? I should have been 4 up. Maybe even won the match and upstairs having a cup of tea. Instead, it's 3-2.
It would be crazy to watch the last round. 3 players with 17.
Imagine if you're a hardcore Naoki Oi fan. And in Japan, they're 7 hours ahead. It's like 1 at night. You've been sweating the matches every day. And now it comes down to this.
3 racks to 2.
Probably same in the Philippines.
Same in the Philippines. Same in Bosnia-Herzegovina for Pelivanovic.
Again, a little bit too fat, but with the English, the spin.
I know online poker players who have destroyed many a laptop. I wonder if a laptop starts flying, if Oi ends up losing this match.
Nice little safety.
No, he's attacking.
Yeah, he's going
Really?
game here. Yeah, he's going for the 2.
Wow, great shot.
The guys are all in. They're all in.
Oh,
To the death.
Still tough shots coming up. Probably gotta play a 3-ball with a little bit inside. Play the 5 into the side.
Shot.
The angle is not good. Playing the kiss. Or the combo.
Combo. That's good.
Extension
But
called.
this is nasty. This is missable.
If you play with a certain speed, I think it can be easier. Like medium speed, so a 9-ball, or the pocket swallows the 9. Yeah.
Nice recovery.
Yeah,
Great
wins
shot
the
on the
rack.
2-ball. Showed a lot of heart and determination. All in. Naoki Oi sets that missed 9-ball right and now leads 4-2.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda. Welcome back to the action. Jason Shaw.
Rack 7.
Should have gone
Jason Shaw
4-0 down.
4 racks to 2.
Oh, he missed the 9-ball, but he's just showed a lot of heart and character in the previous rack. So he leads 4-2. Shaw's going to get a shot at the 2-ball here.
And on the other table, we see Alex taking the lead. He made a great jump shot on the 2-ball. So, could be drama in the next round.
You
Extension
almost
call.
sound enthusiastic, Albin.
Almost? Alright.
Nasty shot. Needs to do more than just roll this in. What a shot.
Hard off the pocket.
The best at those types of shots. Pressure. This is pressure for Naoki Oi. I would have liked to see his heart rate when Shaw rolled it in. We've had one tournament in the past in Bucharest in the IDM club where players played with a heart rate meter.
I was one of them.
And the highest heart rates were measured in the chair.
It was same with me. He told me afterwards when I was playing I had like, I don't know, like 80. When I was sitting, I had sometimes 125.
You know who measured the highest in the tournament?
Mario.
No. No, he is SVB.
All right.
Yeah.
Jason Shaw wins the rack.
Beautiful 2-ball. In the chase.
Yeah, I think in the chair you maybe complain more, you know. You look at your opponent's rack, the way he plays the game, maybe flukes a ball or whatever. I think you just start to complain more and then makes you more angry.
Yeah, you're not in control in the chair.
Yeah, it's tough. Just waiting. He's had a good day, Jason Shaw. He's on 18 points. He's
Rack
locked
8.
in for the semi-finals later
EQ to
tonight.
break.
Races to 7.
On the hill, leading 4 racks to 3.
But Sanjin could go above Jason.
Oh, nice
wow.
bump. That's a sweet bump.
So Sanjin could go above Jason if he wins the last match.
Yeah.
Which means Sanchez will play number 4. Well, it could be.
If Shaw and Pelivanovic change places, they're still playing each other.
Yeah.
Now, Nayuki Oi, great position.
But
Great bump on the 7.
But Sanchin could also go 4th, so it's hard to tell.
This is it, Nayuki Oi. The before last match in the round robin stage. Match number 28. Do you have it? The bottle to finish the remaining balls here. Stop shot,
probably,
good enough.
Yeah, it's probably the toughest ball he faces in this layout.
Yes, and he can wobble these. We've seen it. Is it there? Oh, that should not have gone in. We've seen it all week. We have seen it all week. He's fired the ball into the rail and it slid in the pocket at such a crucial time. Watch this 3-ball.
Well, it's nice to wipe your feet before you go in.
So was he choosing? Playing the 8 to the side, the corner?
If he can hold it, I would like.
I think he was going to the side. The way
cross.
he. Yeah.
Good call. Good finish. Recovered well, Nayuki Oi.
Yeah, 2 runouts after that. Miss on the 9.
Yes, there it is. Nayuki Oi gets the win, and it's a big win. They're having a little smile because I think they both know Nayuki Oi missed that red 3-ball. But listen, it's gone in, and it's a big win. He's going to stay on this table where he'll face Konrad Yushin coming up after a short break.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
So some players through, others on the brink, and one player definitely heading home. That's how it stands as we move towards the conclusion of the round-robin section of Phase 3 of the Premier League pool. just a few minutes ago. Naoki Oi, who you can see currently occupying the 4th and last qualifying place, beat Jason Shaw by 5 racks to 3. Jason is now talking to Alex Lely.
Jason Shaw, second time you made it to the semi-finals in this event. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Wanted to win that one there. Give me a little bit more confidence going forward, but you know, he played well and the game kind of slid away from me a couple of shots, but on to the semi-finals and race to 7, see what happens.
Do you try to make a new start, or is it very much keep on going, keep on doing the same thing?
No, I think now I'm going to treat it like a normal tournament, because obviously now I'm not relying on, you know, other wins or anything like that in the group. It's just in or out, you know what's going to happen. You lose, you're gone. You win, it's final. So it's going to take a little walk, get some fresh air, come back and try and regroup and go again.
Yeah, you've impressed many with your all-in approach in this tournament, playing happy-go-lucky or just hyper-aggressive 9-ball. Now in this match had more importance for Pegalayan or Pelivanovic more than for you. Was it something on your mind?
No, I didn't really look at that. I just found out that I was already in the semis before that match, so I just went out to play like I have been, like you said, just go out there and try and maybe test a couple of things as well and see, you know, where I'm at, if I can, you know, there's a little bit of room for improvement.
All right, 2 races to 7 to win the tournament. What will be key for you to show in these 2 matches?
I think if I break well, you know, and I get a little confidence from that, I think I can, you know, go on to make to the final and hopefully win the event. So I'm just looking to start breaking good, and if I start breaking good and seeing the ball, then I'm going to get out most of the time. So hopefully I can see a little bit more after the break and hopefully things go my way.
All right, Jason Shaw, good luck in the semi-finals. Race to 7, we'll see you later on the TV table.
Thanks, Alex.
Jason Shaw in second place. He will be in the semi-finals. We already know that. Now, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and Alex Pagalayan level at 4-all. They're just about to start the deciding rack there. Now, that has big implications as well. It relates to what goes on now in the next match on table 1 between Usic and Inouye. But we'll try and make some sense of all that once the Sanchez Ruiz and Pagalayan match is completed. Just one more match to go on table 1 in the round robin stage. Jason Shaw with a win and then a defeat, and now Naoki Oi will be straight back on to play Konrad Usic. Well, Jeremy Jones is alongside me once again. I hope you've figured this out better than I have, Jeremy, because there are so many possibilities and the way different results affect other things. It's just very hard to get on top of it, isn't it? But it's great fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's probably going to come down to some rack differential for that final spot, which is why they keep the record on it. It is so important. Of course, Oi, he's just got to keep winning. That's what he needs to do. Conrad, he's going to give his best effort, and like he's done all week.
Yeah, came down to racks differential last year between 3 players for 1 place. Sanchez Ruiz is at the table in the deciding rack and has a chance to beat Alex Pagalayan 5-4. As I said, we'll try and make sense of all the implications of the result of that, whatever it is, when we know it. Back here, Oi breaks.
Yeah, and earlier I talked to Oi, you know, a little bit. There's a little language barrier, but he's his English is a lot better than my Japanese, that's for sure. But you know, he kind of said to me that, you know, it's very difficult with the 9-ball break. He's not trying to break soft at all. It's just the type of break he has. Sometimes it doesn't look so good, and you could see a lot of effort into that one, trying to give no question on the soft break. Nice shot there to open. Wow. But that ball froze to the rail to come backwards with the cue ball. No room for error at all.
Well, we know if Oi wins this, then he goes to 18 wins. His racks difference would be, at worst, plus 13. And Pagalayan, well, he could get to 18 wins, but he couldn't get to plus 13. And as it's turning out now, in fact, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is just about to beat Pagalayan 5-4. So that means that Pagalayan now has 16 wins, racks difference of plus 3, If he wins his last match 5-0, that's 17 wins and +8. So the only way he could catch Oy, even in that situation, would be if Oy lost heavily here. That's my reading of it. JJ, what do you think?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think if he gets to 2 games from what you've just told us, that would do it. Because the worst he could do is lose and lose by 3, and that would drop him down to 9. And I don't see Alex being able to get but to 8, I believe, even if he wins his next match.
Yep, that seems to make sense. And in no time at all, he's got one of those racks at his mercy.
Yeah, kind of, in a sense, got away with the last match. Had some misses. Had some shots he didn't really care for and would have liked to have had back. Sometimes pool is like that. You just don't play your best, but you do get across the finish line. So he'll want to play a lot better here. And he's also in that position, controls his own destiny.
Break and run in the opening rack. Naoki Oy straight back into action, and he leads Konrad Jusicin, who's already eliminated from the tournament, 1-0. Now, from Pelivanovic's point of view, if he was to lose his last match 5-0, he'd finish on 17 wins and +17. Pagulayan would then be on 17 wins and +8. So that's nowhere near. So Pelivanovic is in as well then, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's more clear than Oy, to be fair. Oy needs one more rack to avoid any kind of
the second rack.
tiebreaker situation.
By 1 rack to 0.
All right, nice break off there with the 1, and what we always like to see from these great players, a long shot on the 2. And Conrad has came with most of them this week. Very high skilled shot there, hitting the pocket pretty clean, and very good speed on the cue ball. It's a little thin and funny on the 3, but should be okay. Key here is don't let up too much. Just like that, you get nice clean contact. Oh, I thought he made it, and he did.
He's just gone out there to have a nice relaxing evening, and also to give of his best, because he knows other players are depending on him doing that to ensure everything is above board in terms of players not getting an easy route into the last 4.
Jusicin wins the rack.
So Jusicin has levelled at 1-all. Got off to such a great start, won all of his first 4 matches, and then he lost to So-Soa, and lost then from well in front against Pelivanovic. Really went on a bad streak, but then once he started winning again, it was another good run. So that's really been the story of it for him. But what really put paid to his chances was a run of 8 defeats in 9 from Saturday evening through to earlier today. Still a good week for him.
Third rack. Naoki Oy to break.
You told him at the start of the tournament he'd be here for the final day. He would have been pretty happy with that. Now Yuki Oy is here, and he may yet go further.
Yeah, he's made the 5 up in the corner. Looks like the 1's going to come free. So from what we've discussed, this layout here gets him into the final 4. should roll this, go into the 9 lightly with the cue ball, trying to hold the 2 over the pocket. And I don't think he's covered up the 7 ball with the 9 either, so he should be in a good position. Very open center of the table, coming up the left side. Should pull the cue ball with a little low right English off the side rail. Let's go ahead and be aggressive here. Thought he'd end up trying to get a little more towards the head string. He'll come on the short side of the 4, whether it be for the side pocket or 2 rails on top.
These are to be the last few balls that take him through to the semis. My guess is he doesn't know that. Probably helps a bit. Just finished the last match a few minutes ago. I doubt there would have been time for him to get that clarity on the situation.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Alex Pagulayan isn't going to really know what's going on in the midst of a match a moment ago, just starting another. But what we are seeing here, I think these 2 balls get Oy across, but if he can win this match, he may jump up from the 4th to the 3rd position if Sanjin loses, right? And now our semifinals become a little different.
Yeah, and he would thereby avoid Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, but the main thing is getting through, and it's job done. Naoki Oy leads Konrad Jusichin 2-1.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Conduct on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
So after a long day of all sorts of complex mathematical equations, we now know our 4 semi-finalists in the 2023 Premier League. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz going through in first place, 22 wins from his 29 matches over the last week here. Jason Shaw currently second. Sanjin Pelivanovic can still overtake him. But Naoki Oy, by getting to 2 racks now, the worst he can possibly be at the end of it, even if he was to lose 5-2, would be 17 wins and plus 9. If Alex Pagulayan was to win his match against Sanjin Pelivanovic 5-0, which is obviously the best case scenario, then he's 17 wins and plus 8. So he can't catch Oy, and therefore the man from Japan is in the semi-finals.
Yeah, and he's played well. He's played a ton of matches, so all the information brought to us these last week plus is going to give us the correct Final 4.
Now there is still something to play for, because whoever's first in the table plays the player in 4th in the semi-finals, and then the other 2 play each other as well. Now, all these guys have so much respect for each other, but let's be fair, they all want to avoid Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Well, you're looking at me thinking maybe not.
Well, no, I'm saying definitely, but
Okay.
I think, you know, no matter who's in that first position, you want to avoid.
You want to avoid them, yeah.
that player. It could
Yeah.
be Jason Shaw, it could be Alex Pagulayan, it could be a number of players. You know, Shane Van Boening, Skylar Woodward. It doesn't matter.
But sure, but in this case, it is Sanchez Ruiz, and he's
Right.
there because he's played better than everybody else.
Right.
So yeah, so that's why I'm saying here. But I take your point as well that if anyone else had played as well as that to get into first place, they'd want to avoid them as well.
Yeah, it's just like an asterisk with him
Yeah.
next to it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Good way of putting it. So what that all means is Shaw is on 18 at the moment. Pelivanovic is in third place, 17 wins. So I guess Oy is looking to overtake Pelivanovic because he can't overtake Shaw. Pelivanovic wins his match, then he goes to 18 wins and would have a racks difference of at least plus 23. So Oy couldn't possibly catch him. So Oy needs to win, and he needs Pelivanovic to lose.
Yeah, and Pelivanovic can overtake Shaw, it looks like to me, correct? He'll get to 18 with more racks won, but it doesn't really matter in that position.
No, but I was saying Oy can't overtake Shaw.
Right.
So Shaw will be in the other semi-final, as it were. And now it's just a matter of who plays who. Meanwhile, while we were doing maths for beginners, Konrad Yusushin was picking out a combination to level this one at 2-all.
And I heard Sanjin a little bit in the break room saying he's a little upset the way he's playing, so he's a little down on himself, a little shaky there with that first 9 balls. Hopefully he can get some positive mojo from this match heading what looks like into his semifinal.
Thank you. To break 2 racks each.
Yeah, he leads Alex Pagulayan 1-0.
Yeah, definitely no question on the soft break in this match so far. He's going to break and get a nice shot on the 3.
Played each other twice already in this tournament, and Yusushin has won both of them.
Little top spin off the 5, coming across for the 6 on the side, the 7, 8, 9 on the bottom. So really the shot to complete the rack here on the 5, most likely. Little light with the speed, so maybe a little awkward going with a top English into the 9 and drawing back kind of away from the 8. But rarely comes when you're so close to the balls to where you're a little cut off on position, but you may have to kind of follow through the 9 here. Watch out for some kind of double kiss. Oh, he bounced across, avoiding the 9. Added a little extra speed, kind of let ricochet effect off the 7.
So another break and run for Oy. Leads again at 3-2. So yeah, just to confirm that, I don't think the score lines make any difference. I don't think racks difference can come into it now between Pelivanovic and Oy. Pelivanovic will be ahead of Oy on that. So it's basically a simple equation. Oy needs to win and needs Pelivanovic to lose to move above him. Here is Pelivanovic doing his best not to lose. He's won the opener against Alex Pagulayan. Don't know if Pagulayan is aware of the situation, but nothing for him to play for now. He will finish in 5th place. Come away from here with $7,000 for his week's work. And give us your assessment, if you would, JJ, of Alex Pagulayan's week here in Leicester.
Oh, it was a good week. I think the beginning of the week, he struggled with certain types of shots, which has been a little bit the theme for him the last couple of years. The long shot, maybe a shot with a little power needed. But that really improved throughout the week, and I talk to him a lot every time I get a chance. He's always got great words of wisdom and a refreshing view on a lot of things, and he's here to stay as far as trying to get his game back and win another big title.
He's not in Leicester to stay, though, because I think he's going to the Philippines on holiday tomorrow, or certainly within the next few days.
Yeah, that would be my recommendation to all these players. We're just barely a quarter of the way into the year, and it's been one heck of a season.
Sanyan Pelivanovic now leading Alex Pagulayan 2-0 on the other table. Pagulayan has just reminded us once again of what he's been showing us so far in 23, that he's still very capable of competing with and indeed beating the very best in the world. We've referred to it so many times this week. 3 wins over Joshua Filler already since the turn of the year. Konrad Jusicin, another player who, although he is bowing out tonight, has got to come away from here and reflect on what's been a step forward in his career. 3 times in this match he's gone a rack behind, and every time he's won the next rack, and that's why it's 3 apiece.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Conduct on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Yuki Oi has already done enough in this match against Konrad Jusicin to get through to the semi-finals of the Premier League, which, along with the final, will be coming up very shortly now here at the Morningside Arena in Leicester. But there's still the question of who he'll play, and that, to a large extent, depends on the outcome of this match. It's 3-all.
I think Oi experiencing a little firmer break is not going to hurt him at all moving forward to the semifinals. It does cut in the side. The 3 is playable from some distance. Cuts in the corner, does bank cross side. I feel like he'll stay offensive. I like the side pocket, I think, or the corner. I think keep it simple. Try to use your talent. Come on one rail between the 4-9. Maybe at the 8 with the cue ball. You know, sometimes you don't have that natural route that just kind of guarantees you position, or speed control isn't so important. It does come up. Now he's really sizing up the 6 ball more than the 5. May try and get all the way back below the 5, trying to have a natural angle to run off the side rail. Maybe below the 9 to play the 6 up in the upper right. Wouldn't be a bad plan. I may get a little flat here. And the problem with flat, even though you do have an angle, you have to get into the cue ball a little bit more. So your touch isn't quite as good, and sometimes you miss your line. Oh, he was pretty natural there, actually. It's going to fall a little 50-ish. Think he can play it in the side and avoid the scratch in the lower left corner. Kind of wrap the cue ball 2 rails, maybe above the 8, maybe towards going into the 8. I may lose the cue ball here as well. Alex Paglan getting on the board in that match.
He's close to 2-1, and the break has turned out very sweetly for him in the 4th rack.
Yeah, nice shot here. 4 rails around the 7.
Konrad Jusicin hasn't led in this match. It's his 29th and last contest in this year's Premier League. Oh, and he still doesn't lead.
Yeah, that was surprising. And boy, as far as a second look here to get on the hill first.
Just about the worst miss from Jusicin all week, and you can see how much he still wants to win, or at the very least play well. Head and hands there, the old face palm. So Naoki Oi is on the hill at 4-3. I think the way he's reacting in his chair there, though, is probably more a reflection of the way the whole day has gone from than this one particular shot. He really was a long way off target.
Yeah, and that does happen occasionally. You get down and you just don't realize how far you were off. That was all about aiming, which is a rare mistake for the pros. It's usually in the stroke more than anything.
Rack 8, Konrad Jusicin to break,
Konrad
trailing by 4 racks
last break of the tournament.
And it may be a dry break. And you could see he's out of the event, right? And really, of course, missing the 9. The 9 ball's always got an exclamation point on it, it seems like. But as far as like Sanjin and a few of the other players, even Oi, who's missed some balls today, that starts to become alarming. That's why we talked about Ruiz really not wanting to let up and start to have mistakes, because it can get very mental.
Looks to be having quite a word with himself in his chair, Jusicin, but I really hope he doesn't come away from here seeing his experience in Leicester as a negative, because you've got to take it as a package, and he's done well to get this far. Really, you look back at the matches he's played and how close a lot of them have been, and how close he's been to winning a number of times and not got it done. It wouldn't have taken that much to happen differently for him to be going through to the semi-finals. Even if he loses this, he finishes on 14, so he's only a few wins outside it, and you look back, it's not hard to spot matches that could have gone his way.
Yeah, and that's another kind of thing I'm talking about there. I mean, to miss a ball here and there, it's one thing, but it really starts to weigh on you if you've had multiple misses in many of these sets today. That wasn't a hanger, but, I mean, good 8, 9 out of 10 for these guys, somewhere around there. And a little tricky here because the 3's going to move a little bit off the 8, it appears. Oh, nice shot.
today. You look back on his first 2 matches, the early session, he lost them both 5-4, and one of those was from 3-0 up. So, say, just tiny margins. And I know that's become such a cliche in top-level sport, but it's become a cliche because it's so true and such a reflection of the experience of these guys at this elite level.
Yeah, you had mentioned he lost 8 or 9 hill matches, I think, this week.
Usashin.
Yes. He put himself in position. I mean, he's got to go away a lot of positive notes here.
He's lost 6 times in the deciding rack.
Okay.
He's going to another decider, it would seem. To say, barring 1 or 2 errors, a couple of them quite glaring, standard's been really high in this match. And it's going the distance. It's 4-all.
Wins the rack.
Now, Sanjin Pelivanovic was leading 2-0 against Alex Pagulayan on the other table. It's now 2-all, but he's in play. The chance to regain the lead, but he's left himself a bit awkward now on the 3, having to bridge over or round the 9. Just a reminder of the equation there. If Oy wins this match and Pelivanovic loses that one, then Oy will move up to 3rd in the final table, and Pelivanovic will have to play Sanchez Ruiz in the semis. Shaw would then play Oy in the other one. Pelivanovic has not potted the 3. Back here,
break.
1 more rack to go.
Not the best sound of the rack opening up, and not many balls move past this bottom end of the table.
Do you think that big sigh and the general body language from Oy indicates that he doesn't know he's through and thinks he has to win this?
I think he feels like it means something, and whether that be just to, you know, not have to play our #1 seed going into the Final Four, definitely something's on his mind. And I think also, you know, maybe a little fatigue, trying to clear his head a little bit. These players want to win, no matter if it's, you know, a meaningful match or not. Wants to get through, and a real nice shot there. He's gotten to where he can draw up for that little gap between the 6 and 9. Be nice to see Conrad leave on a positive note.
Well, it would be very positive because he'd have won both of his matches tonight. Beat Jason Shaw earlier. And like I say, okay, he seems to be a bit down on himself now, but when he goes away from here and reflects on this, a couple of days' time, he's going to look back and say that was a great week.
Yeah, and I think some players need to be reminded of reflecting on, you know, their performance, especially while it's, you know, right at hand.
Some of the players who didn't make it through to the final day, likes of Shane Van Bonen, Albin Ocean, 2 of what we were talking about yesterday as the big 4. Got plenty to be pleased about.
Got a choice here. Can come a soft 2 rails for the 8 in the corner. Let the cue ball run a little bit for the 8 in the side. Most likely the side pocket. Conrad doesn't mind moving the rock.
So it looks as though our semi-final lineup is finally going to be complete. We knew who the 4 players would be about half an hour ago, but now we know Naoki Oy will finish 4th and play Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Jason Shaw will play Sanjin Pelivanovic. In the other semi-final, Usashin signs off from the Premier League with back-to-back wins. He's beaten Naoki Oy 5-4.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Playing out the final moments of the round-robin section of this final day of the Premier League pool. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, long since confirmed as the winner, is going to finish 4 points clear of the rest of the field. Remarkable level of domination. And then Jason Shaw on 18, Semyon Pelivanovic on 17. Those two are going to play each other in one semi-final, and we now know Naoki Oi will play Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in the other one. But we still have to complete this match for what it's worth. Semyon Pelivanovic was 2-0 up on Alex Pagulayan. The Canadian turned it round to lead 3-2, but Pelivanovic has just levelled. The significance of this match was that if Pelivanovic had lost it and Oi had won his last match against Konrad Jusicin, then Oi would have moved above Pelivanovic, and then Pelivanovic would have had to play FSR. But that possibility is gone now because Oi lost anyway. One thing that can change is that Pelivanovic would move above Jason Shaw and finish second in the table, but that would make no effective difference because whether one of them finishes second and the other third or the other way round, they'll still be playing each other.
Yeah, a little bit awkward shot there on the one. I guess he hit the left side, and I thought he could attack. I thought he could see enough of the one to shoot at it. Maybe it just was barely cut off, and Alex Pagulayan has a shot here. A little tricky to get on the 3. One rail, the 4-7's a little funny to get by. Could come a couple rails in between the 7-8. Oh, nice shot here. I think it's going to just open up enough. No, it's going to get to the side. 5's a treacherous shot, a treacherous ball where it lays, especially with the 9 covering up the lower left corner. Alex is a very conscious player as far as knowing what he's trying to do with his game and understanding, you know, even if he was aware of that he's out of this event as far as advancing, he's got bigger plans for his pool game, and his pool career kind of rekindled it. Gonna draw into this ball. Can he get past the side? I wouldn't say forced, but the percentage play may be to go for the cross corner bank, drawing the cue ball towards the 9.
Extension, please.
Oh, he may be going cross side with this. Really nice shot there. Applying a lot of high inside English.
Pagulayan got off to a great start. Won all of his first 4 matches in this tournament. Went through comfortably to the second phase. He was in 5th place with 10 wins out of 15. Pretty well in phase 2. 4 wins from his 9 matches. So, oh, the presses. Was saying he finished that phase as he started it in 5th, but that meant he went into today needing to move up the table to get into the top 4, make it to the semi-finals, and he actually started today really well with 2 wins in a row, but 2 defeats since then. This one's still in the balance, but what's wrong with that 6? Some sort of magnetic field keeping it away from that side pocket.
Yeah, I was going to ask what's wrong with that side pocket, but trying to cheat it a little bit, get a little more movement on the cue ball. And again, for a player advancing, they don't want to start making mistakes at this stage. Cue ball's going to be near the 8. Oh my. This is not far down the table, but going to be a decent little stretch for the small man from Canada. he's not even shooting at this. I think he's playing safe. Wow. Watch out, cue ball.
Well, whether he thinks he has something to play for or not,
Extension, please.
still means something to him out there. You can tell that from the reaction. Still giving everything. May yet end up on the same number of wins as two of the players in the semi-finals. And that would mean it would be exactly the same as last year. 17 wins, and it gets decided on racks difference.
Yeah, cue ball might go at the 9 a little bit here, trying to cut the 7 in. And that's been the alarming thing for me. Very rarely would you shoot from 9 feet away on a shot like that and with such a light speed, and I don't think he intended that either. I've seen a lot of let-ups in the stroke for Sanjin today, a little bit yesterday.
Well, it certainly hasn't felt like a rack with nothing hinging on it. It's been hard fought, mistakes on both sides. The end, it's gone the way of Alex Pagulayan. He leads Sanyan Pelivanovic 4-3. Looking to complete a hat-trick here because he's beaten Pelivanovic in both previous phases of the tournament. So a reminder, we're just watching the last knockings of this round-robin phase of the final day of the Premier League. We know it's going to be Francisco Sanchez Ruiz versus Naoki Oi in one semi-final. Jason Shaw against Sanyan Pelivanovic in the other. How about signing off on his Premier League campaign with a golden break?
I'll tell you, maybe a 2-9 to end it. Pretty close with the golden break, Michael, and a good call there.
2-9 combo straight off the back of it would be a decent second prize.
Yeah, and like Conrad, nice to leave with a win, right?
For sure. There's the combination. Alex Pagulayan has brought a lot to this Premier League, but he won't be bringing any more. He finishes on 17 wins, but misses out on racks difference. And Naoki Oi, who missed out on a place in the semi-finals through racks difference himself 2 years ago, when this was still the Championship League over in Milton Keynes, gets through. By that means this time round, he will be playing Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in the semi-finals. It's Shaw against Pelivanovic in the other one. We're going to find out who wins the Premier League over the course of the next couple of hours. Stay with us. 6 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
It's semi-final time, finally, for the players. Things back to, between brackets, normal. Single knockout, mano a mano. And FSR as top of the table will play Nayuki Oi. That's on our TV table. Jason Shaw against Sanjin Pelivanovic. A little bit of sweat in the closing stages of the round-robin format for Sanjin. Throughout the week, he's been the number one, but then slowly got into the danger zone. There's money to be made, 20 grand for the winner, 12.5 for runner-up, and a sweet 8,000 for all 4 players guaranteed who are out there right now. They're going straight back in. A brief break after 29 group matches.
Thank you. A good game.
An unbelievable campaign that is now close to a finish. A race to 7 for a place in the final, and there a race to 7 to crown the champion of this PLP matchroom event.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz wins the luck.
FSR favorite for the title. So forget about his confidence.
Francisco Sanchez
Forget
Ruiz to
about
break.
his winning streak this season. His break. I would guess over the whole tournament, him getting position on the lowest numbered ball on the table. I think 25% more on average than the rest of the field.
Yeah, maybe you're right, but you know yourself, Alex, this is all about what happens from now on in, and it's difficult for us to see if we can see the potting angle here, but even if he could, this is not an easy opener for Sanchez, and what he has done good this week is he's just simply continued his fantastic form and played a really good 9-ball pool. Looked a little tired early on in the week, didn't he, Alex? A couple of, the first 2 or 3 days, obviously just flown in from the States, and then since he's got over his little bit of jet lag that he's had, he's really kicked on.
Yeah, good point. As you put it, from here on out, it's single knockout. Today, or the past week, or the past year, it doesn't matter. Who gets the rolls? Who performs? Who keeps his cool, because it's going to get heated up.
Yeah, we've been here for 8 days now, day and night sessions, played a lot of matches. All these 4 players have played 29 race to 5s up until this point. So you don't want to get yourself into the semi-finals and just think it's another match. You've got to try and kick on a little bit, haven't you?
Took the bait. It was a difficult pot, and he needed to force the cue ball for some sort of position. If you make it, you look good. But that's the thing that you can do being FSR. You have a legacy, you have a reputation. People get scared or are impressed, and they think if I give it back, he's going to make it.
Yeah, the other semi-final has just started over on table 2. Shaw's just broke off. Dry break over there, so Sanjin's at the table with a good look at the 1 ball. Sanjin, well, I think it's fair to say he deserves his place in the semi-finals. He's played some good stuff this week, the young man.
Nice hit by Nayuki Oi. But the second safety by FSR is a straightforward one. I expect him to get it. The question is, how tight can he put the cue ball above that 6? Right? Yeah, he's playing the safe.
I believe there's a gap there, so he's let that one go. He could get the cue ball over to the side rail and guarantee. It was a poor one from Sanchez Ruiz.
Now Oi will be happy at the table. Can cross the 2 ball. Needs to be wary of the corner pocket, low left. wrongly assumed he would duck. Attacking 2 difficult shots on the 2 and getting away with it. Maybe that's a good thing for Oi. You know, for the rest of the match. To not get overly aggressive. He can hit the 2 off of the long rail, is harder. He's looking to hit it off of the short rail. Yeah, what do you do? Clip it. Thin, bring the cue ball back to you. Riding his luck. The thing is, with some kicks, you can't always play to make a move. In this case, he thought, do I have a future hitting it soft? Nah, don't think so. So then hard. That was all the reasoning behind it.
At first glance, it looked like he got away with it, but there you see, he actually left the perfect little potting angle.
Can come off the 5 and then top side of the 4. I think it's that angle, yeah. Run of the ball is always important in Nineball, and I say that because Naoki Oi has attacked 2 difficult 2 balls, missed them by quite a margin, but got away with it.
Yeah, let's not forget it's now a race to 7. You can see there on the bottom of your screens. All week we've been playing race to 5. Semi-final, final. It's now a race to 7. So that will just relax the players a little bit. That maybe gives you another extra chance to form a comeback if you're down.
Feels like an eternity after playing 29 races to 5. Travels just far enough so he can cue past the 8 ball. 8 ball's not in the way. Or is it? It is.
Really changed his game over the last couple of years, Naoki Oi. When he was edgy, he used to laugh and giggle at the table and engage with the crowd. I know there's no crowd here this week. We're playing this event behind closed doors, but the fun and games have stopped from Naoki. I think he's realised he wants to win a tournament.
Naoki wins the back.
Yeah, it's all business. On the match table, as in the practice area. This is day 8. All 8 days he has been business, oozing his determination and grit. Has showed a lot of that.
Pelivanovic just took the opening rack on the other table. If you want to watch that match as well, head over to Matchroom Multisport.
The second rack, Naoki Oi to break.
YouTube channel.
Leading 1 rack to 0.
Why not sweat both semi-finals at the same time?
Typical for Oi's break throughout the week. A lot thicker on the 1 ball than other players. Because he hits thicker, there's more transition of the backspin on the cue ball, which becomes topspin on the 1. That's how he tries to manipulate the 1 into the side pocket. That's a good shot. That's a good shot. Now what to do with the 5? I don't think he has any other option than stun this 3 ball in and try to get close to the short rail. And see from there what to play.
Yeah, Alex, out of the 4 players that we have left, we all know what Francisco has been up to. He's been rampant Ruiz for the last 14 months. He's won a lot of, you know, the 9-ball tournaments, but Shaw, Pelivanovic and Oy are yet to lift silverware in an individual event in the Matchroom Arena.
Ooh. I don't think that's a bad attempt. That's really good from where he was. He can also play the 5 off the back of the 6, but then would need to get shape on the 6 ball. This was easier. So many times I'm just pointing out the alternatives, the things that will go through a player's mind. And they go through Oy's mind real quick at the moment. He's in gear. He's upping the pace.
Yeah, this is just the start Naoki Oy was dreaming for.
Very intense looking FSR. He'll break. It's an alternate break format. He's warned, the Spaniard.
Naoki Oy wins the rack.
It's go time for Naoki.
Yeah, table 2, you can just see in the distance, Jason Shaw's rolled the 9-ball in. He ties table 2 up to 1-1.
Pelivanovic had a chance in that second break. Don't know exactly what happened. But the action on table 1 is fast and furious.
Yeah, Pelivanovic had a 2-ball over the pocket.
Rack. Francisco
And he
Sanchez
decided
Ruiz
to try and draw it in and come
Trading
around
back to
the
racks
next
to
ball, the 3-ball, over it and hooked himself right behind the ball. So it was a mistake.
So that forced draw with the object ball close to the pocket, that's the shot that Oy made with that 4-ball so close, and he put himself in a good line for the combination. That was a great shot. No, and at least 2 good shots needed from FSR. Long 2-ball to set himself up in a good line on the 3-8. If you would have to choose, would you rather be close to the 3 or a little longer in the good line?
I'd rather be close on a good line.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I was never very good at these combinations, so.
No, but you can ask yourself the question, like from when you're close, you can do a bunch of stuff. You can still play safe. You can go off of the rail that's on from here, especially on the sliding table. So the 3 into the rail, into the 8, and then into the corner.
4-ball's a little tricky though. The pink 4-ball.
Yeah. If he plays the 3-8, he can manage position on the 4. Well done. No, he cannot. Thought he would. What does he have? He can... It's too much angle to draw into the 4, so he's looking at the bank. Come right above the 9. This is short. He can still stiff the bank. He can make it, but it'll be difficult to get on the 5. This is the kind of bank that we spoke of with Albin. So Albin earlier the week, he slammed this bank to make it come short.
Can he not just kill the cue ball there with a bit of right? Yeah, just like that. Leave yourself a shot on the purple 5.
Yeah.
Good table management now.
Good table management in that he's not trying to get a better shot on the 5. Now,
Extension
comes
code.
all down to this cut on the 5. This is where he excels. But results from the past are no guarantee for the future. You have to prove it time and time again. That's a stroke. Hit that pure. I mean, you know, many players would have been favored to make it, but it makes it different if it goes in clean or off of the long rail. Difference for how it makes you feel.
Nice rack there from
Sanchez
Ruiz, the
nice
world
rack.
number 1, the current world 9-ball champion, the man who was sat at the top of the table after 8 days play, wins a rack. He trails 2-1.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Conduct on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
If you've just joined us and you've missed the start of
Track
this
4.
semi-final,
Naoki to break, leading by 2 racks to 1.
you have just missed a classic Sanchez Ruiz finish. He was up against it. He made a good run out. Cue ball's close. Oh, it's the top jaw. Is it going to be dry? It is. Dry break.
Yeah, and it was a great out by FSR, putting pressure on Oi. Fast and Furious, 2 racks, it's all good, but I'm still the world number 1. You don't scare me. Now on the other table, Jason Shaw has made a tremendous shot on the 2. Beautiful safety. Now getting an angle from the 1 towards the 2 is easier if he plays it with speed. This is what he intended. Wow. Tells us he sees enough of the 2 to go for the 2-3 combination. I've watched Sanchez play over the years, especially when I became, you know, when I worked for the Dutch Federation. I came along to the tournaments, I saw him there, always good, winning a title here and there, but very much in, okay, these shadows, so it still marvels me
Extension
how
code.
he, after so many years on the tour, has clicked into gear. This explosive progress. There's so many things right. All the little intricacies. offense, defense, game management, energy management. Very able to stay in the groove without overdoing it, without getting ahead of himself. Now again, one of those shots, the 7, not difficult, he'll make it, but he makes him going clean more than other players.
This has been a good response. This doesn't matter, you know, whether you're in the best season of your pool career. The fact that you were 2 down and he's not had roadmap. Roadmap means like an easy finish, dot to dot, where you expect the players to clear up. He's had 2 tricky finishes and he's took care of them both. 2-2. Yeah, and over on table 2, Jason Short. He's 3-1 up now over Pelivanovic, so early signs that Shaw's looking good to make the final here.
Yeah, you said a good season for FSR, an exceptional season. It's unlikely that anyone in the near future
Sanchez Ruiz to break to
will do the same. It's unlikely anyone in the future will hold multiple world titles, a US Open title, dominate in the European scene, all at the same time. And he's not ready to be halted, FSR. Very much in the race to add this Premier League pool title to his CV. Assessing where to push out to. When playing a push out, you very much consider your opponent, his or her weaknesses, strengths.
Extension code.
Smart player, Sanchez. To the credit of David O'Cady.
Push out code.
I would give it back. Don't see what he could play here. Yeah, maybe. What I see is thin. Just cut the 1 towards the second diamond on the left. But the scratch top right is super difficult.
I think you can put that in the top right.
He's looking at another pocket near the 8 ball. Why? Why? Same thing in rack 1. He took on a very difficult shot off of FSR's push out. Let him play it. I want to see what FSR does. I don't think he'll attack.
Oh, what a beauty. What a beauty, Alex. That's why you sat in the comp box with me, buddy.
The 3/4 pocket. Cue ball buried between the jaws. Beautiful.
Sometimes you just fancy the shot, though, don't you?
Yeah, no, but good point. That's why I'm here. And he's there because these champions, they play with courage in the face of adversity. You don't win titles by ducking. Beautiful shot. Any angle. 30 degrees, 45 degrees. Assessing if he can get this back over the side pocket. Ooh. I think he tried to come over the side pocket on his right. No, yeah, what do you think? Or still on that side of the side pocket, but half a diamond further?
Yeah, I'm not sure. All I know is this is very thin. He's playing the bank shot, is it? Yeah, he is. It looks close. It looks a little high, actually. Oh, what a mistake. What a mistake from Oy. 8 to the 9 is going to cost him this rack. This is bread and butter for Sanchez. This is the type of shot you've been talking about, Alex. He smooths these balls in. Always plays it just nicely to the right-hand side of the pocket. He knows if he hits the rail, this ball will fall. Just like that.
Look, he doesn't play it into the long rail.
Yeah, that was centre.
So, yeah, all the time. It's amazing. Unbelievable. Big mistake by Oy. So, what will Oy think? What he played on the 8 to the 9, was it a good choice but executed poorly, or should he have played a different route? It's easy to say, well, the choice was okay, I should have just executed better.
Trading by 3 racks to 2.
That execution comes from somewhere. A player of his stature does that for a reason. Anyway, he's now fallen behind in this match. After making that great shot on the 1 off of FSR's push out. Painful, frustrating, but needs to focus on the shots at hand.
Yeah, on table 2, Sanchez just missed the pink 4. He's been very fortunate. Jason Shaw's fuming with him, absolute fuming. They can change matches. Let you know how that rack goes on. Oh, he's got a tough pot here. Oh, he's potted a few like that though.
Don't know how much of a pocket he has for the 3 ball. The carom on the 8 is very makeable. Position after the carom a little bit harder. That helped. Double kiss on the 3. Now stay in your rhythm, but take enough time to assess the right shot. Can't afford to make too many unforced errors. A lot of elevation. Now, would you try to get the right angle and possibly on the rail for position on the 5, or just come back 1-2 balls with an angle but off the rail?
I think he's got a slight angle. All he's got to do is pull it over a bit. Well, he's playing a different game to what I'm seeing, that's for sure.
Pressure and fatigue. This is match 30 for Nayuki
Extension
Oy.
code.
Cutting to the pocket on the left. Yeah, a glaring error from the 4 to the 5. It's going to cost him. Should cost him. 2 big mistakes in 5 minutes. Was up 2-0. FSR, if he's clinical. That's about his middle name the past 15 months. Can double his lead here.
Yeah, one player's won the biggest titles. You know, he's been the player of the season without a doubt. We all know that. Always yet to win one of these, and is that going to be the difference? Is that why a couple of mistakes are creeping in at the wrong time for Naoki Oi? He'd be a very popular winner all over the world on social media. He's a very likeable character, Oi. However, that is not going to help him win this match with mistakes like that. He's just not going to cut it. He trails 4 racks to 2.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Welcome back. There is some good news for Naoki Oi.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz to break, leading by 4 racks to 2.
It's a race to 7, not 5. Sanchez, he's not on the hill.
A cliffhanger. Yeah, tough action for Oi. Now trailing after his blitz in the opening 2 racks. Now this is close to a miracle.
Bow shot, bow in hand.
One of the pillars under FSR's game, his break.
Start the clock, please.
Yeah, the one ball went low, hit the jaw. Cue ball found the top pocket. Chance for Oi.
The big, sorry, Carl. The big question: how much slower is Oi going to play now? You see? Big difference.
Yeah, it feels like a couple of racks have got away. So often what you do is you slow down and you go into kind of safety mode in your mind, don't you?
Yeah. But in general, if you see a clear shift in rhythm, then I'm not too sure if that works. I mean, you can tweak your rhythm, but don't go from hyper aggressive and fast to slow and deliberate. Overcooked his draw shot in the rack before, from the 4 to the 5. Again, ask yourself the question, do I rather be long or short on this draw shot? There's always a better side. Played this nicely. Roll with right spin or slide. Soft stun shot. Yeah, this looks better. Right? As a pace.
Well, yeah, you've got to change something up, haven't you? Because he's made mistakes. Easy mistakes as well, so... It's like when you break from one side of the table and you hit 2 or 3 dry breaks. There's no point in keeping the cue ball there.
Crazy that watching a whole different player all of a sudden. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
A very rare dry break from Ruiz. Cue ball found the pocket. That give Oi ball in hand. As he pulls the rack back, he will have the break in the next. Well, we're on table 2. That match is tied at 3-3. Sanchez won the last 2 racks. Jason's just potted the 9-ball though to go 4-3 up. So both these matches nicely poised for a good finish here in the semi-finals. Which 2 will make it through to the big one?
Rack 8, New York break, trailing by 4 racks to 3.
Deliberate in that run out now. Don't let that creep into your stroke on the break. It is crisp. Good one. That's a downside on how he breaks the balls. The good thing is that he doesn't risk losing the cue ball on the lower side of the table. But it does travel towards the kitchen, so now faced with the long 2. Needs to go across. Long rail, back to the middle of the table.
Code.
Did well to hold it there. But from here, you know, this was a choice. What speed am I more comfortable to make the ball with?
Yeah, Desi's having a good look there. His shirt was awfully close to the 7-ball.
Nice, but not out of the woods yet. This is all the result of not playing that 2-ball. Back and forth.
Yeah, that camera angle tells us it looked like his shirt was on it, but of course it's not. Desi was right there. It was deceiving us, the camera angle. Shaw's going through the motions over there. We've got another screen in the com box, so we have the, you know, the option of watching both matches at the same time. Sanchez just got another roll there, not left Shaw a shot, so Shaw had an easy safety shot. He played it well. He's got to calm down a little bit. He's a bit hot-headed over there.
Ooh. Jason. Oh. Super aggressive here. Oh, that's bad luck.
Wow.
Bow in hand.
That's bad luck. What a monster stroke by Naoki Oi.
Start the clock, please.
I expect it to come over the side pocket there. That's a bad roll. Very brave shot to take on.
What a slice of
Francisco Sanchez
bad luck
Ruiz
for
wins the
Nuki
rack.
there. He tackled the table. Cue ball winning the side. He's lost the rack. There you can see the disappointment. Over on table 2. Shaw played a good safety shot. And it paid off. He's now at the table. He's got 5 balls left. And he's a good chance to get another 2-rack lead. He was up 3-1 in this match.
Stroke to 6. Get the cue ball in the center of the table. Now make sure to have a shot on the 7. Wow, did he make sure? Yeah, that's his firepower. He has
Leading by
no
5 racks to
issue
3.
with playing that long 7. He made it and he's on the 8. So Shaw looking to go 5-3. The actual scoreline between FSR and Oi on our table. Broke with more oomph this time. Commanding that 1 ball into the side pocket. So if he pushes out and puts the cue ball in the middle of the short rail, will he attack? He knows that Naoki Oi is not scared to throw the dice, to take on shots.
Push out code.
Just checking. Now from here, really, Oi will not attack the 2 ball. I think that's safe to say. With a 3/4 ball hit on the left, the cue ball safe will go to the short rail left of the 7. The 2 ball would track approximately to the right side of the 9, I feel. Is that something he can work with? I think yeah. So the only, if you play this as a safety, don't scratch. That's the only thing you play. Don't hit the 7, don't scratch. And the 2 should be fine. If not, then don't play it.
Over on table 2, Shaw's just had a golden break to get himself on the hill. He leads Pelivanovic 6 racks to 3. Now, does Sanchez have a combo available?
Would rather
Extension code.
have the 2 ball available as a pot. He's eyeing up the combination. Looking where he can bring the cue ball to play it as a shot to nothing. 2-way shot. Clinical.
Sanchez Ruiz wins the rack.
Push out by FSR. Given back. No, played by Naoki Oi, but he sold out. FSR is up by 3.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Rack 10, Naoki out to break, trailing by 6 racks to 3.
Oh, he's got it all to do in this match. He's going to need to win the last 4 racks. That is not going to help
shot.
Alex. That could be his last shot
Bow in hand.
of this year's Premier League pool.
Yeah, frustration is pouring out.
Start the clock, please.
Led 2-0. Then those 2 mistakes. 2 glaring errors that ignited FSR's comeback. From there, the Spaniard kicked on. Does that 7 go to the side pocket on the left? And that seems to be a sensible shot. The 7-8 combination is lined up pretty decently to the left. What you do a lot, you become good at. And FSR has been finishing major racks, major matches and major tournaments for 15 months now. He's pretty clinical.
Yeah, this is just bread and butter stuff for Ruiz now. He gets that one chance on the hill and he's been taking them for weeks, for months, for just over a year. He's really flying high in the world of 9-ball pool.
That half rotation sets him up perfect. Like they say in the States, if you're good to the cue ball will be good to you. That white rock has made this man a lot of money. He's looking to go to the final, chasing that 20k first prize.
And it's the El Ferrari Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. High five from Naoki. He played his part this week, but it is that man there, FSR, the world #1, who makes another final. And I think we're going to go over to table 2. They're just discussing the semi-final. That's what pool players do. Desi doesn't miss a trick though, tells him to be quiet because Shaw's in a battle. He's got this shot. He's 6-4 up.
Played ultra slow or with more pace, bump the 2-ball. From here it looks he would really need some speed to get into the 2-ball. Oh, he's good. Look at that. Nice effort. not forcing the issue. The bank is on. If he could attack the bank and draw back, he would have a shot to the side pocket, but being up 6-4, does he need to force it? He wants to. Forget about defense.
Yeah, what a shot he's played there. It could have been, you know, very easy for him to look for a safety. I'm not saying it would have been the wrong shot, but what a bank shot he fired in there.
Yeah, the thing with offense, you keep your opponent away from the table. Nothing bad can happen as long as he's in the chair.
Bit of distance here though. Oh, another good shot. Wants the cue ball to keep rolling. This is good enough, you know. This is good enough.
Would be quite the finish with that bank on the 4. I'm happy we made it on time.
Extension, please.
Well, Pelivanovic, he's had a good week. He's made a name for himself. He already was a name in the game, but he's beat a lot of the top players here. But it is eagle-eye Jason Shaw who will play FSR in the final. He wins 7-4. We're going to take a short break. Do not miss the final coming up. Shaw versus FSR.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. As it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
of the Kazoo Champion of Champions.
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan.
Oh, welcome back. After 8 days of action, 16 players came to Leicester to see who will be crowned champion from all over the world. It's going to be Spain versus Scotland, two of the hottest 9-ball pool players in the world, Ruiz versus Shaw. That final will start in roughly 15 minutes time, but for now, here's a video of what's in the bag with Skylar Woodward. Hey pool fans, welcome back to another video. It's another what's in the bag. It's actually a player we've done before, but he signed a new multi-million-dollar deal. Skylar Woodward. Skylar, first of all, how you doing?
I'm good, How are you?
I'm good. Life treating you good?
Everything's good, yeah.
Family good? Kid good?
Family's good, you know. It's all that matters, you know, to me. As long as my family's okay, got everything I need, so everything's good.
Right, let's talk about pool. Let's talk about cues. Last time we did what's in the bag, you was with Mucha. You've signed with QTech. Tell us about that. QTech rather. Tell us about that. Is it because Shane's with them, or do you have any input, any help?
Nah, you know, my contract was up, and I just was, you know, looking maybe for a fresh start, and QTech happened to reach out like the right time, and we ended up making a pretty good deal, so I ended up moving.
Right, let's get the cues out. Let's see what you've got. First of all, it's a very nice case, isn't it?
Ah, yeah, thank you.
Looks like a golf bag.
Well, I got my QTech towel.
Oh, QTech towel?
Yeah.
We'll have a look at that in a minute. How many cues, shafts, butts can you get in this bag? It looks very big.
It's four butts, 8 shafts. Oh, I got my playing cue out first.
Right, lay it all on the table, and then we'll get a little look. How long have you been with QTech now?
I think like five months.
So you're used to the cues now. Everything feels good. Was it hard work changing, or did you find it very easy?
No, in the beginning, yeah, I struggled just a little, but it wasn't too bad trying to get used to it. It didn't take me too long, but you know, obviously it takes, I'd say, a good 6 months to a year to honestly get like fully used to a cue.
Oh, you think it takes that long?
I think maybe 6 months, maybe not a year, but it probably depends how much you play. But I just, to get like fully used to it, like, because under pressure situations, you go back to what you honestly know. You know?
Yeah.
So
I thought you'd be the type of guy who just get the cue and go, yeah, I like this cue, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, but.
Right, what we got here? This is a nice looking set you've got. You like brown?
Yeah, you know, like UPS, what can Brown do for you? We deliver we deliver packages.
That's what you do. You deliver packages.
I deliver
right?
packages. That's what I'm saying. What can Brown do for you?
Right. Let's go with the. Let's do the jump cue first. What's this jump cue about?
Okay, the jump cue just came out, like this past week.
Oh, okay.
It's called the Surge jump cue. It's the Avid series line of the jump cue. It's really good. I really like it, and I mean you can't beat it for the price, really.
Well, obviously we're filming this video after a match you've just won, and the jump shot at Hill helped you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. It's perfect timing.
Good timing this video. So that's the surge, that's the length. Obviously I'll do some close-ups for the fans and everything. Right, let's slide that one out of the way. Let's talk about the break cue.
Okay, the break cue is the Avid series also. It's the new Surge break cue, the Avid line. It's really good, I think. I mean, my personal opinion, I think it's one of the best break cues, honestly, I've ever used.
And it looks
maybe
like the jump
best.
cue. So it's like matching the jump cue.
Yes, right? Exactly. Like, I mean, they come in like black and gold, brown and black, and I think there's a gray one. And it's also the same for the jump cue. But I mean, I think for the pricing of these, you just absolutely can't beat the Avid line at all.
I'll drop the prices in on the video so the fans can see. Now, do you know what weight the break cue is? Is that not something you pay attention to?
I think it's probably. I remember. I think it came 19, but I think I added a half ounce. So I want to say it's like 19 and a half.
Oh, so you would always prefer a little bit of weight in the break cue?
I've always broken 19, but I switched to 19 and a half playing with it at home, and I think I've just never played with it again. So I've left it. But I mean, I really like it the way it is. So I ain't messing with it. I don't change nothing as long as I feel like I'm hitting them good with it. So I've just kept it the same.
Right, and there's no wrap on that, so you like that little varnish you feel. That's how I liked it, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the wrap on it.
Yeah, no wrap. I've always preferred a wrap, but probably the last few years, 3 or 4 years, I've went to like no wrap on my break cue. I've liked it a little better with no wrap.
The tip, is that Towel tip on that?
Yeah, towel tip on my break cue and jump cue, actually.
And does that come like that, or have you put them on specifically?
No, they come with Phenolic.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm sponsored by Town, so I use their tips and chalk and stuff. So yeah, I have the Town brake tip on. Yeah, and jump cue, and on the tip on the brake cue and jump cue.
Right, I'm sure people watching are familiar with Talon equipment and things like that. So that's the brake cue. That's a nice looking brake cue. Let's talk about the playing cue. I can see you've got 2 shafts. Is this both playing shafts? Yeah, both playing shafts. I just play with the regular, the first Avid series line, just pretty much the plain Jane simple one with 4 points, but I had the brown wrap actually put on myself, and I think the brown wrap made it pop, but it's. I agree. I think you've got a bit of style going on. Yeah, there. But if your pool career's over, maybe you could design cues. Yeah, of course. That's the plan. No. And is that just leather? Just a leather wrap? Just a leather wrap. It's a lizard. But yeah, it's just the first era Avid series cue, and then this is actually the cue, the shaft I play with, and it's actually a prototype Avid shaft that that I think will be coming out soon, I'd say, because they make 11.75 and 12.75, and this is actually the 12.25. They wanted one between, so. So you use 12.25, yeah. 25, okay. And tip-wise, what do you shoot with? I play with the Techno Dud made by Altaville. You still use that tip? Yeah. I remember on the last video you liked that tip. Yeah. Okay. Weight? Do you know the weight of the playing cue? 19. Around 19. Between 19 and 19 and a half, probably. You just pick it up and think that feels okay. Yeah, and then maybe put a little weight, and if I feel like it's better, I'll stick with it. I don't even. I think it's around. I think it's 19, between 19 and 19 and a half. Right. And on the spare shaft, I can see a different colour. It's not the ferrule, is it? Is that like a tip? What would you call that? Yeah, this is actually a prototype tip that Fort Worth Billiards started making. That is not out yet. I was testing it,
but it's got a pad, but it's got the tip. It's made different to, like, into the pad, so it's different, but it's nice tip. But I'm so used to the other one, it's hard to switch over anyway. So.
And you use standard length cue. You don't bother with extensions and nothing like that.
Yes, standard length. No, I've never liked the extra on the back. So I've just always been standard for me.
Well, the cue looks a little long on you anyway. You're not as tall as me, so the cue's probably built right for you as it is anyway.
Yeah, of course.
Right, and then we've got the extension.
Yeah, the duo extension. It's got the 3 and the 6. In case you're really short and you're like me, you use the whole thing every time.
You don't like the bridge now?
No. I don't mind it, but I'd rather use the extension.
Fair enough. Right, what else? That's the cues. That's the new average range Q-Tech, surge, break, jump. What else is in that lovely bag of yours? Any goodies?
Well, I got a couple of extra tips in case something happens. Tip tool. I have the Q-Tech scuffer. It's got the tip pick and stuff in it. I got a couple Sharpies, Carl, in case you want an autograph.
I want you to sign my my hand when this is finished. You're very well prepared, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Never had you down as this.
Weight kit. If I feel like I'm off or something, but I really don't know what to do, so I don't use it. I just keep it the same.
So you've got like an Allen key or a tool for the back of it. You can whip the weight out.
Yeah. I can whip the bumper off and then put there's spacers and weights, which I already have my weights in there. But like I said, I don't really. If I'm used to it, I don't switch anything anyway, so I never touch it. Right. And I got my charger in case phone goes dead.
Important.
AirPods when my family calls, so I could talk to them.
Or listen to country music.
Or listen to country music. Let's see. I got some more Q-Tech gloves.
Oh, last time I remember, you just kept pulling gloves out.
Gloves. I only got these like 4.
Oh, Q-Tech, need some more gloves.
Got my joint protectors and then all my chalk here. The Town V10. Looks like that is it.
Is that everything in the bag?
Everything in the bag. That's everything in the bag.
And that's all the
on
cues.
The inside, and then I got my Bush Light towel.
Oh, he's got his Bush Light towel. The last video you did, you had the T-shirt on. You're not going to forget Bush Light.
Nah, Bush Light's where it's at. If you never had one, get you one.
Yeah, you need to get me some. Next time I come to America, make sure you get me a case.
I will. I got you. I'll buy you one.
Oh, thank you.
Buy you a case.
So that is what professional pool player Skylar Woodward travels around the world using. That's what's in his bag. He's signed with Q-Tech. Skylar, you're playing some good stuff. Clearly, this is good equipment.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great. I'm really enjoying it. Some of the best cues I've honestly played with.
Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a go. One break with a break cue, see what it feels like.
All right, yeah.
Cheers, Skylar. Thanks a lot.
Yep. Carl's coming out of retirement for one nice break.
Let me move that bit of dust there. I was always a bit funny about stuff on the table. You racked him, so if I don't break it, it's your fault. Oh, it feels good, actually. It does feel good. Right, am I going to squat the cue ball here?
Oh, yeah, you're going to squat whitey for sure, right in the middle.
First break? I can't remember the last time I broke at this game. That is not bad first go. That feels very solid. You need to learn your racking though.
No, I think it's the way you hit him. You hit him a little off angle.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Listen, yeah. By it, that feels really nice and good. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, good break.
Well, last year we had filler in the final. This year we needed some filler before the final. So thanks to Carl and Skylar for stepping up with that. It's taken us 1,386 racks to reach this stage, but hasn't the journey been worth it? Just like last year in Milton Keynes, the top 2 players in the league table have ended up in the final, and one of them is going to replace Alban Ocean this evening as the Premier League champion. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz versus Jason Shaw. Once again, it's a race to 7. Proud moment for Ben Taylor Fuente refereeing the final. And Jeremy, I know there were a number of players who could have gone into this final and maybe stopped FSR's march to the title, but on the basis of what we've seen, I think Shaw would always have been the most likely to beat him over this sort of distance.
Yeah, well, I absolutely think the two players that have played the best overall are in our final, and Oy had some chances in that semifinal. He's going to regret a little bit, but a great tournament for him and Sanjin as well. But it should be a lot of fireworks here in this race to 7.
Doesn't sound very different to race to 5, but it is, isn't it? Every couple of racks you add on changes the complexion and the thinking of the match.
And I think for Jason, don't change much, though, overall in his game. He's played very aggressive. No, that's, golden break to start.
Oh, what a start this would be. Oh.
Well, the cue ball just narrowly hanging, and a jump shot at the 9 possible, and a very difficult rollout situation. So that aggression that we've seen, and we've seen it with the short cue as well for Eagle Eye, may continue. And I think that's where he can, you know, at the moment, keep up with FSR. You know, if it comes down to a little bit of a shot-making contest, and, you know, when we talk about keeping up, that sounds bad. It is Jason Shaw. He can keep up with anyone. He's got all parts of the game, but like I said, I wouldn't vary too much from what he's done already all week. Now, the only reason I kind of feel like he may not take on the jump is if there's a real serious scratch possibility in that side pocket. But I think it's okay.
Extension called.
What happens a lot of times on a combination like this, when you're shooting it with a jump cue versus a regular, you know, straight in, is it's easy to overcut because the 3 might get in the air a little bit as well. Just like that. You know, Carl Boy's in the booth with us.
Yeah, the 9 balls landed for what looks like it's going to be a combination once he takes care of these 2 balls.
Extension called.
A hard title to win. Albin Ocean won it in 2021 under its Championship League format and turned out to be the best player of that year. So he was regarded as the best in the world when he arrived back in Milton Keynes to defend it in its Premier League form 13 months ago. And it was a successful defence. This is a chance for Sanchez Ruiz, if he can come through this field and take the trophy, to underline his current undisputed status as the best on the planet. And that is a very nice way to start.
Sanchez Ruiz wins the rack. Thank you. Thanks.
And a variety of things for FSR this week. Showed up coming off a final in Vegas, right? A little under the weather, fatigued with the jet lag. So a little suspect the first day or so. Then he really turned it on and didn't really have to get away with one the entire week until our semifinal. Kind of got away with one a little bit there. You know, Oy had some chances.
I think it was Thursday was the day we really saw him start to hit his stride, and he won 3 matches in a row at the start of that day.
Leading 1 rack to 0.
He seemed to have shaken off the head cold and just looked a bit sharper, even when he was winning matches earlier in the week, as you alluded to, JJ. He wasn't clearly at the best of his form, but he's played his way into it, and he's leading in the final.
Yeah, there's the break shot. Oh, and he's had a golden. Wow.
Sanchez Ruiz
so nearly happened for Shaw in the first rack. Has happened for FSR in the second, going into that side pocket. And in no time at all, Shaw's task has just got even harder.
Yeah, he's very consistent at getting that cue ball either below or into the 9. And whenever you can do that, the 9 will always move. Obviously, it's a little bit of luck when the 9 ball disappears. Shaw's got to stay you know, with his head in the game here, you know, I've spent a lot of time with him this week, and he's been a bit up and down, even though he's been playing well. But he just feels like things have not really been running his way, even though he's got to the final,
Trading
which
2 racks to 0.
I found a little bit bizarre, but it's only 2-0. Now he needs the 6-ball to stop, and it's going to, so there you go. Here's a good chance now.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mental roller coaster, you would say, right, for Shaw a little bit.
Sorry, Jason.
And the good thing is the high notes I thought were really high and good. And, you know, the negative stuff or stuff that frustration, it wasn't too bad. But it did make him play pretty aggressive at times, which is a pleasure for all of us to watch.
He's been whitewashed once in this whole tournament, and that was earlier today when he was beaten 5-0 by Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. But really, a race to 5 couldn't get in someone's head in that sense.
No, maybe not usually, but I think the fact that FSR has been the best player in the world for the last 12 months, you know, the rest of the tour know that, so he's almost got like a bounty on his head. They want to beat him. Yeah, Jason wants to win the title, but he knows he's playing a man that's just oozing confidence. And he feels things are going his way. We've just seen a golden break. That's what can usually happen, can't it, JJ?
Yeah, and it's funny, he doesn't, we talked about his break is better, I think, because he doesn't go into the 9 that often. He dodges it and then arcs the cue ball above, and now he goes right into it and banks it cross side. A little out of line with the cue ball here, but it landed okay.
Well, if you can't respond to a golden break with one of your own, the next best thing is a break and run. That is what Shaw has produced. FSR's lead trimmed to 2-1.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
Something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament. The major's in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Early stages of this year's Premier League final. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz went 2-0 up with a golden break. Jason Shaw ran out from his break in the 3rd rack. So it's 2-1 to the world champ as he starts us off in the 4th.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz to break, leading 2 racks to 1.
That's the break you was talking about. 9-ball. He's going to spoil. So he's going to be playing a push out here.
Yeah, we don't have the stat on it, maybe something in the future, but if you go back and look at the push out percentages on how often you win the push out scenario, whether you're the one having to do it or your opponent, that's another part of the game that he is, I think, way ahead on the rest of the players the last year and a half. Whether it be the jump and for a safety, pocketing the ball, some type of kick shot, Seems really no weaknesses.
Ed, last year we had the top 2 players in the final league table going on to meet in the final, but on that occasion the player who'd finished in first place didn't win the final. Joshua Filler was beaten by Albin Ocean, who had come in second.
Push out called.
Rolling out to a piece of this, Carl? Yeah, obviously so.
Jason, your choice.
Thought he may roll out to some type of kick behind the 2.
It's amazing. We've seen a lot of matches this week, obviously race to 5. Some of the matches have been played a little bit carefree, players just getting down and, you know, they've gone through the motions because it's been such a long week. Boy, can't you tell this is the final. Look at how both players have entered the final now. You can just tell this is a big, big match. And of course, you know, it is the final, I know that, but it just shows you, doesn't it, how things can change.
Yeah, I could tell exactly what you were talking about. Actually, just prior to FSR breaking, right? Just looks like he's a little bit more serious. I didn't mind him taking on that bank, really. I didn't think it was a terrible decision.
You know Jason pretty well, Carl. He's won the US Open. He's had a lot of success in America, won 9 turning stones. He's won the International Open, which is a big event as well. So if he was to win this Premier League, where do you think that would sit among the other achievements of his career?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's won the US Open. You know, it was under a different promoter, but it was still, you know, a massive tournament. So he's a US Open champion. But I think in the modern era now, and the way Nineball is going, the fact that, you know, there's a global Nineball tour, events are getting added to the calendar, literally, it seems like day by day. You know, Matchroom Sport have invested money, you know, obviously Emily Fraser, she's keen to grow the sport of Nineball, and the fact that Shaw's not won an individual event under this promotional company is a big step for him, so I know it will mean a lot. It won't mean as much as the US Open, of course not, but it's just a stepping stone to seeing where, you know, can he kick on from this? I believe he can. We all know how talented Jason is. He just needs that win in this arena.
Yeah, and I think a big bonus to beat FSR doing it.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, JJ. Sometimes you can win a tournament and maybe not get a soft match in the final, but, you know, the fact that FSR has achieved what he's achieved in the short space of time, which has, you know, probably never be matched again. It was, I mean, it's simply ludicrous what he's achieved. So to beat him here in the final, that would make the win even sweeter.
Quite a celebration. His wife Ara and his son Connor are here with him. What a night they'll all have. He's got that trophy in an hour or so from now. I couldn't ask for a better response than this. 2-0 down. Shaw is back on level terms already at 2-all.
Thank you.
We're just talking there, Carl, about all these big matchroom events there are now, and just thinking Sanchez Ruiz, in less than 12 months actually, $60,000 for the US Open, $60,000 for the World Championship. I think it was $30,000 each for the World Cup of Pool, $30,000 for each winning player in the Mosconi Cup. When you add in other bits and pieces along the way, if he wins this, that's going to be about $250,000 in well under a year in matchroom events alone. That tells us a lot, both about where the game's at and where his game's at.
Rack 5. Jason Shaw to break.
Yeah, and there's big plans.
Time, 2 racks each.
Things are moving forward, so these players, you know, they're playing the game at the right time. Who knows how big this can really get? And it's these matches, it's these players who are going to grow it, you know. Of course, every player has haters, they have the lovers, you know, that's just the way sport is. But this is what it's all about.
Yeah, that's why I keep stressing to so many American players, and not just the juniors, of course. There's a lot of talent out there still in their mid-20s, late 20s, and, you know, if you're willing to put in the time and don't mind getting beat for a little while, you know, what's better than betting on yourself, especially with something that's probably in the best position it's ever been in? Well, it's tempting for me to break out the cues a little bit.
Yeah, you're desperate to put the cue back together, JJ. You say that a lot in the com box. You're itching to get out there, aren't you? Well, you did, you know. You played in the Mosconi Cup not that long ago.
Yeah.
That was the theme of 2021, was you guys stepping in as last-minute replacements in team events and making an impact. Carl at the World Cup earlier that year.
Yeah, and he played pretty well also, right?
Yeah, we wound the clock back, JJ. Well, let's not talk about the clock.
Well, Shaw got level, and I thought it was very important to win the lag as well. I know that sounds crazy, but I think the lag's going to become even more important the more this game grows.
And for the second breaking rack in a row, he's run out from it. Jason Shaw leads this Premier League final for the first time at 3-2. Of the players who didn't perhaps make it to the very latest stages of the tournament, guys, who's impressed you most, and who do you think are the players who have shown us what they're really capable of potentially in the future over these 8 days in Leicester?
I think for me, when I look at the league table as it stands right now, obviously we can see it on the screen in front of us, I think it's a true reflection where everybody sits, in the sense of, you know, who's played well here. You know, Ruiz and Shaw, they've played very well. Pelivanovic has played very well. Maybe still a bit too young,
Sanchez
but he's learned a lot. Oi, consistent. Fell apart a little bit in the semis. Pagalayan, consistent. So, you know, just as you go down the order, I think the league table was absolutely spot on. You know, we've seen players struggle. Albin Ocean struggled. SVB said he was struggling with jet lag, not quite feeling it. I think out of the whole field, I think it's got to be the young Sanjin Pelivanovic who's going to take a lot away from this.
And I know, Jeremy, you were very impressed with the playing of Long Duc Tien, who finished just outside the 10, who got through to the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was impressed with the two ladies in the event as well. I think we could have seen something really special if they've gotten a little more comfortable early, but just that time at the table is going to bode very well for all three of those players, just like kind of like the break rule, how it's brought some players in some of the bigger events that are a tier 2 down, where they're getting more time at the table to play and understanding that they can make things happen. He's got a nice route for the cue ball here. Should catch some 3 rails kind of crossing the path where the cue ball's at now and dropping down for the 4.
Yeah, if he goes near the top rail, he'll be happy with that. That will leave an angle. He's having a good look at this one. He's looking over to the right, isn't he? It looks like he's looking near the top left corner.
Yeah, that to me is dangerous. Carl coming out of the pocket on that line, I thought for sure, especially he likes to pull the ball if there's a choice, usually, meaning kind of grip the ball around the table.
Yeah, he's certainly eyeing that one up, so it looks like, is he going to try and go through the purple 5 and... Here's the 8 ball. Oh, he's played this well though, JJ, hasn't he? He really has.
Yeah, and he saw something there that we didn't, because he made that look easy. I thought it was a little touchy coming off that point on the right side of the 3. But the good thing is, they always say when the ball's hanging, kind of hit at the speed you want it to come out at, right? Catch the ball, correct portion, and saw a couple little things get away from both players early, but maybe kind of perfect pull from here is the sense I'm getting.
Didn't really have any other option there because he was too straight on the purple 5.
Yeah, and a lot of people would ask, why don't you just stop near the 9, take less angle? But when you get close to it, you can really control the speed of the ball and kill the ball how you want. And of course, accuracy hitting the 6 is always a little better. That's one thing I love about Ruiz is he really lets his tip position do the work a lot. He doesn't really let up on the stroke very often, and I think that's very key to winning.
We've talked a moment ago, Jeremy, about pretty much perfect pool from here on in. Not far off that level so far in this final. It's been wonderful stuff. Having fallen behind for the first time, Sanchez Ruiz has responded in the best way possible. A break and run for 3 apiece.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Well, it's such a mixed field for this Premier League. We had a couple of female players, we had a teenager, some of the greats of the past like Earl Strickland, but in the end it's 2 of the modern heavyweights who've lined up in this final, and so far, chaps, they're serving us a treat.
Yeah, they really are. This is just how you want a final to go, isn't it, JJ, to be honest? 3-3 at the break.
Yeah, absolutely, and high-powered. All right, ooh, nasty kiss, but then a friendly one right behind it, dressed up on the 2. Should have another break and run, of course. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves, and we say those things because the players are so great, but still a lot of work.
Nineball getting more kisses than a bride on her hen night.
And Carl talking about chasing, winning a big event since Matchroom is, or Matchroom event, excuse me, but which are the big events. But also came in early, went to Sheffield to put in a little time, right? Which you would know more about what goes on over there, but it had to be something worth it for him to take the time to do it.
Yeah, I was glad to find out he was doing that, because at the World Nineball Championships, when he lost to John Morra in the last 32, Hill, I believe it was,
yep,
I was a little bit worried because he was giving off a lot of vibes of, you know, a bit negative, you know, feels like things are not going his way, but he kind of threw that match away, and I thought, is he going to turn into one of them players where he's going to just be on the road playing for the sake of it, as crazy as that sounds? So when I found out he was going to Sheffield to work with snooker coach Stephen Feeney to work, you know, on the basics, get back to the basics, I thought, yeah, smart move, and it's paying off at the moment.
Well, Steve Feeney, the inventor of the sight-right method, which has got such a great reputation in snooker, and never more so than 5 years ago, when Mark Williams, who had looked finished in his career not long before that, won the World Championship for a third time, 15 years after the previous time he'd won it. Now, I know Steve Feeney's getting into golf as well now. If he can make this step into pool and produce Jason Shaw winning the Premier League so quickly, his reputation will be through the roof.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, the fact that Jason's gone there, I don't exactly know what he's done there, but he sort of just said he was going back to the basics, and that's why he's took the extension off the cue, because obviously he's been using 68, 70-inch cue for the last few years. So he's come straight in, he was trying it out, back to basics. It's really paid off. I think his potting has been up there with, you know, anyone who's played really well in this event, Pelivanovic, Ruiz, and if he goes on to win this event, I think the extension will be gone for good.
Yeah, right.
And when he spoke earlier, Jeremy, he was saying that going into the knockout stage, the break was going to be key. Well, the evidence so far in this final is that it's absolutely flying at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to stay aggressive, I think, no matter what type of shot he ends up with after the break. But so far, it's just big blows from both players.
Break he's having at the moment is a bathroom break. He is leading 4-3. And again, Carl, it goes back to what you were saying earlier. One of you mentioned the lag, just so important now. Jason was moaning earlier in the day that he's hardly won a lag all week. But the way this final's going, that could end up being so important.
Yeah, I mean, I think there'll be another twist somewhere. I think someone will make some kind of mistake, whether it's safety or shot selection or whatever. I don't think we'll see someone miss an easy ball. They're just too good now, and obviously we're in for a good ending here in the final. This is what you always want. You don't want one player to run away with it, and for a minute it kind of looked like that man there was going to, but Jason's played well to stay in this and obviously go in front.
Yeah, the ultimate significance of the lag potentially is if it goes the distance, Shaw would have the break in the deciding rack.
Well, I hope Jason's not locked out the door and he's trying to get back in.
Bit of a walk to the bathrooms from the arena, so I'm sure he'll be back in due course. And indeed, here he is.
Thank you. Rack 8. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz to break. Trailing
Already had a player from Spain in the final of this tournament in its inaugural year as the Championship League. David Al-Qaedi, Fran's great mate, was beaten by Alban Ocean. Can he go one better? He's 4-3 down with the break in rack 8.
Doesn't look like he can get through to the potting angle of this 3 ball. You can see the left edge.
Yeah, and the jump shot, which he doesn't mind taking on, kind of takes him away from the pink 4. I doubt he rolls out to a better jump shot because he won't get it back. Now, can he cross the 3 in between the 4-9 and just kind of come up the side rail trying to use the 9 as the ball for a snooker? It looks like he can see a decent amount of the 3, a little more than the edge. I think that's what he's kind of looking at, but he may need a little more angle to make it a little more natural, right? He wants to take on something versus a push out, though. That's about all I see, really, unless he can get at the full ball and maybe bank it underneath the 4. I don't think so, though. Yeah, this is the shot I was talking about, trying to use the 9.
That was the only danger, though. I'm not saying he's left a thin snip. I think the way Jason's coming round, that tells us that he has, and that's what was in Fran's mind. Fran would have been happy just to leave the bottom side of the red ball, but the fact that he's left the top side as Jason looks means he can cut this ball in. We've seen a lot of balls drop. Well, we felt like this shouldn't have gone in this week, so that's going to put Jason's mind at ease. He knows he's got to just get close to this. This is a chance. Wow, did he overcut that ball, JJ?
Yeah, he overcut it. And I always talk about he cuts them so well because his timing is so good. Just a little quick there, and still a little unbelievable that he overcut the ball, but kind of leave that mistake behind. It was a big moment for him to take a 2-game lead, but we'll be tied up soon, most likely.
That would have been 5 of the last 6 racks he'd won. Sanchez Ruiz, his conversion rate, when he has an obvious chance to win the rack over the last 12 months or so, is absolutely frightening. The high compliment I can pay him, it's reminiscent to me of snooker legend Stephen Hendry when he was the best player in the world in the 1990s. If you left him a chance, you just got comfortable in your chair because you knew you weren't getting out of it until the scoreboard had changed.
Yeah, obviously Jason overcut the 3, but he's actually overcut it by some way when you consider he could play it into the rail.
Yeah, but when you're going so thin, you don't want to think about using the rail. It's just not something that's kind of goes with, you know, the positive way to look at the shot, right? Now, if you're shooting it straight on, that's a little different.
Yeah, and it's hard to sight them ones as well.
Sure, so good at those super thin cuts. It didn't happen for him this time, though, and so instead of going too clear, he finds himself pegged back to 4-all. And we're going to have another look at that. This is the 3 that proved the pivotal moment in rack 8.
You can tell he wasn't totally convinced, but still thought it was going to fall. Gotta just keep breaking the balls well. When you break and get a shot here, you know, you kind of can forget about that 3 ball quickly.
Scores are tied, 4 racks each. Foul stroke.
Oh, so from an opportunity in the previous to a bad break, sent the cue ball straight in the opposite side.
First time either player has scratched off the break in this final, and the first time Shaw has not run out from one of his breaks since the very first rack.
Yeah, and if we look at Francisco's break where he tries and goes below the stack, below the 9, kind of taking away that scratch, so I'm afraid we'll have to mark that one down as a bad break from Jay. He's probably sat in his chair feeling a little bit, feels like he's been a little bit unlucky, but you know well as anyone, JJ, it was a bad hit.
Yeah, absolutely. That's when this was talked about, this break shot. And if you're around the players when they're all, you know, in the arena practicing prior to an event, they're all talking about the 1 rail scratch cross side is really on them. The kisses off the 9 and other balls you can't predict. He's got to make a tidy little out here from the 6 to the 7. The 7 needs some nice position, maybe with the cue ball off the rail as well. So, bit of work here for FSR. Now he's sizing up how he wants to play it. I'd love to be able to come down the right side of the table, avoiding shooting the 7 in the lower right, just because the 9 covers up the 7 a bit more for that pocket. Here he can let the stroke out. Looks like he's going to pull it up the rail here.
You'll be hard-pressed to meet a nicer, friendlier, more pleasant chap in the whole world of sport than Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. But give him a chance to win a rack of pool. He will demonstrate his ruthless, clinical side by pouncing on Jason Shaw's scratched break. He's underlined that point again. And for the first time since it was 2-1, he leads the Premier League final by 5 racks to 4.
156 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Things have turned back in favour of Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, and he's now just 2 racks away from annexing the Premier League to his ever-growing list of titles.
Rack 10, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz to break, leading 5 racks to 4.
Okay, let's have a look at the break here. Let's see the difference. Right on cue, can he arc the cue ball below the 9? Oh, into the 9. Oh, the cue ball's close.
Yeah, he's going to have to come with one heck of a shot here if he decides to attack, and maybe a little bit of a gamble with the cue ball. And Jason is able to get to the table in this game with anything positive. Maybe that little break he had right there after a few things went wrong can kind of help him. Not sure he can really shoot here, Carl. I mean, he may have to, I don't know, but the 3's a funny ball up the table.
Yeah, the problem is it's all right taking a risk and potting a ball and seeing where the cue ball goes, but the 3 just doesn't seem to go anywhere, does it? So it's awkward. I don't know if he can he bank it 2 rails and miss the 9. It's tight, isn't it?
Extension call.
You may be able to lightly get it by the 9 and not try to get it up table and just try to use the 9. That's a very difficult shot, though.
See, if he cuts the 2 in, it looks like cue ball's going into the 6, doesn't it? So even if it comes off the left side of the 6, where does it really go?
Yeah, maybe he can put a little side on it to avoid the 6, but really still no position, I don't think.
Yeah, I think he's just decided to go into the 6, play the natural angle, make sure you pot the 2, and then he'll just deal with this situation, because maybe he just feels this is going to offer something easier than what he had on the 2.
Yeah, and really smart, actually, as far as, you know, most of the time you don't want to take on a tough shot without a reward, but the situation called for it because he can't push out and allow Jason to shoot. If he draws some position, if he got on the combo and he liked it, maybe he takes a chance. This may give up a real first here. Or swerve shot, jump shot.
Yeah, you could see the idea from Fran there. You could see what he was trying to achieve. Nearly got there, didn't he?
Extension called.
Trying to get him behind the 5, and yeah, the 3 just caught the point, a part of the point. Oh, he's going air ball. He's got the short stick out.
Yeah, and he's got to go forward or backwards a little bit. Just can't stop his ball.
Played that smart, didn't he? He played it at a good pace. It'd be so easy to fire it hard, and if you catch the rail at pace, it can wobble.
Did you notice he played rail first?
Yeah, I did. I liked it. I liked it a lot.
Looks like good speed.
Oh, Eagle Eye Jason Shaw come with 2 nice shots to stay in this final. Now a race to 7. Jason will feel this is a big rack. Keep Fran off 6. Keep the heat on. Now he does have a chance here. 2-rail kick. Can make it along the back rail. Good effort. Oh, Jason. Gotta try and stay in the game here. I know it's not easy. We've all been there, JJ. When you feel like things are against you. Look at his face, you can see.
Yeah. Well, he's got to regroup because there is a kick shot here. He can kick to the side rail with like a top right English, kind of bank the 4 to the opposite side rail, and good chance of getting behind the 9. Oh, he's playing the soft one here. So this is kind of buying time a little bit.
No hiding the frustration there, or how much he wants this.
I might have had to go for more attacking kick shot there from Jason. Just knowing who's behind me shooting, right? I mean, the odds of me coming to the table with a better kick shot than the last.
Yeah, it's a good point, that, JJ. Because the previous kick shot, what you're saying, he's got more chance of controlling the rock.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to go a funny 1 rail, which only offers the edge of the 4, which is actually okay as he's coming 2 rails. Needs some real luck here not to give him a shot. Maybe the speed's going to hold up.
Well, it could have been worse, couldn't it? It could have been a lot worse if the cue ball would have kept rolling. You feel Fran would have cleared the table. Now he's got to come with a shot.
Yeah, and I think he'll stay aggressive, whether it be a bank on the 4 to the 5-8 combination or some type of thin cut, which I don't think is there.
He's playing the combo. The 5 onto the 8. If he makes it, you feel he's going to win the rack. Big shot, big moment coming up.
But that's how important the lag is. Even though we feel like this is such almost a match-winning game, Francisco only gets to break 1 more time.
Yeah, that was a good shot. They seem easy then, but it's very easy to just send the 5 onto the 8 on the wrong side and miss the 8.
Here's a sentence we seem to be saying rather a lot of over the last year or so. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is 1 rack away from the title.
Sanchez Ruiz wins the rack.
Yep, he was a little fortunate in that rack when he come off the 2 rails and didn't leave Jason. Not even a bank shot or a pot, but as you said, JG, he can still play the right shot. Maybe, you know, maybe Jason did play the wrong kick shot there.
Well, you know, maybe he didn't recognize the other shot, that's all. I'm a little worried about the cue ball right here. I hope he doesn't get down and, you know, in a frustrated manner, kind of
rack 11.
Break the balls a
Jason
little quicker, you know. Maybe not take
6
dead
racks
aim.
to 4.
Whatever way he might do it, the challenge is simple. Shaw has got to win 3 racks in a row.
Needs the cue ball to get kicked in a better position, and it hasn't.
No, he's going to have to play a nice little safety off the edge of the 2 if he can get at the 2 at all. Otherwise, a very difficult push-out situation. Anytime you have balls hanging, you know, there's a lot of offensive shots there. think he's got a sliver, though. Going to run the cue ball up behind the 7.
Well, I think he's going to leave a shot here, JJ. It's not easy, I know that, but you can see the potting angle.
See what Jason Shaw thought of that break. Wow.
Yeah, breaks with the glove on and then takes it off when he's playing.
Extension called.
Is he going to elevate the cue here? Going at it. Kind of pop this ball in, maybe bounce around the 9. And what a shot.
May have landed a little funny though, JJ. If you can't chop it in the centre and avoid the scratch, I think he may be okay. It doesn't look like he can play it up in the top. Cue ball may go towards the left, so... Well, he's down quick, so he's got a shot. He's got a natural angle here. There's no scratch on. If he puts the ball... Oh, it was okay. It was more than okay. This is a chance.
And this is a touchy shot. I like coming one rail above the 5. I mean, I guess pulling it underneath isn't too tough, and he's close enough to the 4. He should be able to control the speed. I thought he may chip it in and go between the 5, 6. Oh, that's too hard, huh? Okay, no, it killed nicely.
Seven years ago, this city of Leicester made global headlines when its football team won the Premier League in the greatest sporting upset the world has ever seen. But tonight, in Pool's Premier League, there's nothing at all surprising about this. It's become a familiar story. And it feels as though we've been watching on a loop over and over again. And it's just 3 balls away from being completed.
And it seems like almost always a quality final from Ruiz as well.
Yes, and over these 8 days and nights at the Morningside Arena, we have seen that whether it's Atlantic City, Kielce, or here in the East Midlands of England, there is no pool player on the planet right now quite like this affable 31-year-old from Spain. FSR is A-OK in Leicester. He's the Premier League champion. JJ, your thoughts on the final?
It was a great final, a little unfortunate for Jason. But again, like I said just a moment ago, quality final again for FSR, and he just keeps getting better.
Noel's reaction has to be commented on there. Didn't even stand up. Looked really disgruntled over something, and it's hard to think what that might be other than just his own performance and maybe a little bit of fortune here and there along the way.
Yeah, definitely upset. He wanted that title. He wanted to dethrone FSR, even if it's just for a moment. And he'll be back. He'll learn from it, and he'll be in the winner's circle.
Sure. I think he may well have a word with Fran at some point and maybe refer to the fact that he was so despondent in that moment, and maybe that was why he didn't stand up. But that's a minor issue now. The big story here is that Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has won the final, and both finalists are talking to Carl.
And Jason, I'll start with you, Fran. It's another title, but another win.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so proud, but I have to say sorry to Jay because I got so lucky in the final. You know, I feel great because I win, but I feel so sad for him because he's playing good, especially the final. So
I wouldn't say you got lucky. I just think, obviously, the best pool player in the world. I will come back to you in a minute. I'm just going to get a word from Jason. Jason, I can see how disappointed you are.
It's what it is.
Yeah, it was a tricky match. Obviously, you sort of come back, you missed that 3-ball, and it just seemed to change the whole dynamic of the match. You did get a little lucky on one of the racks. What do you think about the whole match?
the game. It's Nineball. It happens. He played good, so congrats to him.
You must be pleased the way you've played this week. Obviously, you went to Sheffield, you had some coaching, you look really good on the cue, you look like you're, really playing well. I think a big title's going to come this year.
I hope so.
Fran, he's not happy. You're winding these pool players up.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Last month I won the Nineball. Now I think even if I play good, you need also some role, especially in the Nineball. But I feel so happy, to be honest.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, it's another major tournament. Obviously you won the World Nineball Championships. Now you're the Premier League pool champion. This is just some story you're creating here.
Yeah, this is unbelievable feeling. I hope I can continue playing like this. This season is going to be a little tough, but I do everything.
Right, it's time for the presentation. Joining me in the arena, Managing Director of Matchroom Multisport, Emily Fraser. Our runner-up, Eagle Eye, Jason Shaw. The 2023 Premier League pool champion from Spain, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz.
I know. Give it a lift.
Quite rightly being told to lift the trophy. It's yet another one to add to the collection. And from Jason's point of view, Jeremy, I think you can learn a lot more from an interview like that, where he had so little to say, than a lot of the time when you talk to players and they say a lot without really revealing anything. Raw emotion.
Yeah, absolutely. And, probably didn't have a whole lot positive to say at the moment. Very frustrated, and so he kept it pretty short. And you can't quite call it sweet, but it is what it is. And when it's almost a compliment to FSR. And as Carl said, the way he's playing, he's kind of getting the players bent a little bit at times. And, everyone's human.
Well, this event, as usual, was played behind closed doors, but we'll be in some big arenas later in the year and having some big crowds to watch all these wonderful events that Matchroom are going to put on. Such a full calendar. 8 weeks from now will be Matchroom's next event. And it'll be in their hometown. 16 of the very best line up in Brentwood from May 10th to 13th for the World Pool Masters. Won last year by Joshua Filler. Just a fortnight after that finishes another title defence for Filler at the UK Open. Such a great week at the Copper Box in London's Olympic area last summer. We'll be back there from the 30th of May. And looking further down the line, we've got the European Open, we've got the World Cup. And Atlantic City beckons, Harrah's Resort, over the last 6 days in September for the US Open. You can see there some of the other events I was telling you about. You can go to matchroompool.com to get your tickets for all of those tournaments. The Copper Box was particularly special last year, and wonderful to be back there in just a few months' time. Of course, it all leads towards the Mosconi Cup. That'll be in London. Europe going for 4 in a row just before Christmas. A new event in Spain as well. And as we've said, the biggest individual event remaining this year is the US Open. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz will be defending there, and he'll be defending the Premier League title in 2024. Because he's the champion tonight. From me, from Jeremy, Carl, Alex, and everyone else here who's enjoyed these wonderful 8 days in Leicester with you, thanks so much for your company, and we'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.